Good evening. My name is Reshma, and on behalf of the Society for Prevention of Cancer, I extend a heartfelt welcome to our esteemed guests, friends, and family. The Society for Prevention of Cancer, or more commonly called SPOC, is a foundation which was established primarily with the objective of bringing awareness regarding the risk factors responsible for cancers and the strategies to prevent them. As a first step towards this goal, today and tomorrow, we are hosting this first of what we hope will be many scientific conferences with hand-picked experts from around the world speaking on the research surrounding this issue. To kickstart the evening, we request Dr. M.K. Ramesh, Mr. Gopal Krishna, Mr. Sunil Sethi, Mr. Kodanram Ramaya, Mr. Rakesh Bamzai, Mr. Sanjeev Reniwal, Dr. Som Shekhar, and Dr. Nanda Rajneesh to join us on the stage to light the lamp. Thank you to you all. We are truly honored you have graced us with your presence this evening. Next, we call upon Raghuram Manikantan to the stage to sing a Saraswati song. Raghuram, a class 12 student, started his music journey at a very young age under the guidance of his parents, both of whom are Carnatic vocal singers. He is a popular singer himself, with millions of viewers all across the world. We are lucky to have him today. Over to you, Raghuram.
Namaste. ताये शारदे लोकपूजिते ज्ञानदाते नमोस्तुते ताये शारदे लोकपूजिते ज्ञानदाते नमोस्तुते ಪ್ರೇಮದಿಂದಲೇ ಸಲಹು ಮಾತೆ ನೀಡು ಸನ್ಮತಿ ಸೌಖ್ಯದಾತೆ ಪ್ರೇಮದಿಂದಲೇ ಸಲಹು ಮಾತೆ ನೀಡು ಸನ್ಮತಿ ಸೌಖ್ಯದಾತೆ ತಾಯೇ ಶಾರದೆ ಲೋಕ ಪೂಜಿತೆ ಜ್ಞಾನದಾತೆ ನಮೋಸ್ತುತೆ ಅಂಧಕಾರವ ಓಡಿಸು ಜ್ಞಾನ ಜ್ಯೋತಿಯ ಬೆಳಗಿಸು ಅಂಧಕಾರವ ಓಡಿಸು ಜ್ಞಾನ ಜ್ಯೋತಿಯ ಬೆಳಗಿಸು ಹೃದಯ ಮಂದಿರದಲ್ಲಿ ನೆಲೆಸು ಚಿಂತೆಯಾಳಿಸು ಹೃದಯ ಮಂದಿರದಲ್ಲಿ ನೆಲೆಸು ಚಿಂತೆಯಾಳಿಸು ಶಾಂತಿಯ ಉಳಿಸು ತಾಯಿ ಶಾರದೆ ಲೋಕ ಪೂಜಿತೆ ಜ್ಞಾನದಾತೆ ನಮೋಸ್ತುತೆ ನಿನ್ನ ಮಡಿಲಿನ ಮಕ್ಕಳಮ್ಮ ನಿನ್ನ ನಂಬಿದ ಕಂದರಮ್ಮ ನಿನ್ನ ಮಡಿಲಿನ ಮಕ್ಕಳಮ್ಮ ನಿನ್ನ ನಂಬಿದ ಕಂದರಮ್ಮ ನಿನ್ನ ಕರುಣೆಯ ಬೆಳಕಲೆಮ್ಮ ಬಾಳನು ಬೆಳಗಮ್ಮ ನಿನ್ನ ಕರುಣೆಯ ಬೆಳಕಲೆಮ್ಮ ಬಾಳನು ಬೆಳಗಮ್ಮ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೋರಿಕೆಯಾಲಿಸಮ್ಮ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೋರಿಕೆಯಾಲಿಸಮ್ಮ ತಾಯೆ ಶಾರದೆ ಲೋಕ ಪೂಜಿತೆ ಜ್ಞಾನದಾತೆ ನಮೋಸ್ತುತೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಮಾತುಗಳಾಡಿಸು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕೆಲಸವ ಮಾಡಿಸು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಮಾತುಗಳಾಡಿಸು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕೆಲಸವ ಮಾಡಿಸು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ದಾರಿಗಲೆಮ್ಮ ನಡೆಸು ವಿದ್ಯೆಯ ಕಲಿಸು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ದಾರಿಗಲೆಮ್ಮ ನಡೆಸು ವಿದ್ಯೆಯ ಕಲಿಸು ಆಸೆ ಪೂರೈಸು ತಾಯೆ ಶಾರದೆ ಲೋಕ ಪೂಜಿತೆ ಜ್ಞಾನದಾತೆ ನಮೋಸ್ತುತೆ ಪ್ರೇಮದಿಂದಲಿ ಸಲಹು ಮಾತೆ ನೀಡು ಸನ್ಮತಿ ಸೌಖ್ಯದಾತೆ ತಾಯೆ ಶಾರದೆ ಲೋಕ ಪೂಜಿತೆ ಜ್ಞಾನದಾತೆ ನಮೋಸ್ತುತೆ ಜ್ಞಾನದಾತೆ ನಮೋಸ್ತುತೆ ಜ್ಞಾನದಾತೆ ನಮೋಸ್ತುತೆ. Thank you.
Thank you, Raghuram. May I request the woman of the hour, founder director of SPOC, Dr. Nanda Rajneesh, to join us on stage to give the opening remarks. Dr. Nanda is consultant of GI surgery and breast surgery at Apollo Spectra Group and Sakra World Hospital. Over to you, ma'am.
Good evening to you all. I am honored to share this platform with you all. It wouldn't have been possible at all without you all today. We know that COVID did make us think that we have to be healthy. Health is not about absence of disease. Health is about having a good defense mechanisms. Also, health is about having good balanced immune system. There has to be a good symbiotic relationship between the bacteria, virus, fungus, and the environment. What is good for the environment is also good for us. So we have to have a good relationship with the environment. And also, we scientists, we have to start thinking out of the box. Let us start thinking disease versus the good health. So in this conference, we are going to talk about how cancer mutations happen, also how some of the cancer cells skip the mutations. We have a lot of eminent speakers coming to speak these topics. Also, they're going to speak on how each and individual organs, how we can prevent cancers. Here I quote one of the Basavana's Vachana, Ullavaru Shivalaya Madiharu, Nanenu Madali Padavanaya. Enna Kale Kamba Dehave Degula. Enna Shirave Honna Kalashavaya, Kudala Sangama Deva, Kelu, Stavara Kalivundu Jangama Kalivilla. Meaning, the common man, my legs are the pillars of the temple, my body is temple, and my head is like a kalasha, that is golden pinnacle. So if Jangama, who has a very disciplined life, if he takes care of this lifestyle very well, there is no damage to this body. Even in Atharva Veda, it said that take care of the healthy and cure the diseased. Swastasya swastha rakshanam atirasya vikara prashamatarshanam. Thank you all. I'm really happy to be with you all today.
Thank you, Dr. Nanda. Tonight, the Society for Prevention of Cancer is proud to announce the launch of the Cancer Prevention and Prediction app that assesses cancer symptoms and highlights risks. For now, there's the ability to do a breast cancer assessment, but we are working to add more features, such as assessments for colon and lung cancers. Special thanks to Mrs. Bala Deshpande, venture capitalist and businesswoman, for funding this endeavor. And thank you to Ravi Shankar Veeraganta from Cloud Empower Technologies for developing this software. To launch the app, we request Mr. Gopal Krishna, Mr. Kodanram Ramaya, and Mr. Rakesh Bamzai to join us on stage. Mr. Gopal Krishna is a social impact entrepreneur, founder of 9 Stars, Add to Pro Media Solutions, and 9 Starter. He's also a life coach, speaker, product mentor, and early stage deep tech investor. Mr. Kodanram Ramaya is director of MS Ramaya Educational Institutions and founded many establishments like MSR Chemicals and Fertilizers, MSR Biotech, MSR Hotel, which manages Movenpick Hotel, and Ramaya Capital, and NBFC. Mr. Rakesh Bamzai is a people leader, brand builder, and president of India Emerging Asia and Access Markets, Commercial Expansion, and Biosimilars for Viatris. I'm handing the podium over to Mr. Gopal Krishna, who will share a few words on the importance of this app.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. And thanks for having me here, Dr. Nanda. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. And it's a privilege to launch this app. I think they have, I think special thanks to Bala and Ravi for kicking off this initiative. But I think as very rightly said, the prevention is the Society for Prevention of Cancer. I think we all know that fundamentally the tagline has got to be prevention is better than cure. I think that's where everything starts. SPOC has got to be a predictive app, just not another app. There are a lot of apps in both in a Google Store or in an Apple Store. I think fundamentally what it needs is a deep tech, which will help take all data points from the patients or the potential, people, and then, help them to guide. I think fundamentally there are 3 things. I don't want to talk too much in the interest of time. I think lifestyle is key for this. There are many causes, as Nanda said. Lifestyle management is very important. And I think we have a few yoga teachers here. And I think yoga for cancer, more from a prevention standpoint, is fundamentally very, very specifically not generic yoga, what everybody do, but there are special yoga for diabetics. It's like that, yoga for cancer, yoga for, different diseases and ailments. I think food is medicine. I think this is where, as a GI cancer survivor, I really realized I've been traveling extensively. And my lifestyle was good, but only thing is I used to get, my body was confused, switching time zones to East Coast, Midwest, West Coast, week 2 times sometimes. So I think I really mess it up. I think lifestyle management is fundamentally, very important. And yoga has really helped me to bounce back after my surgery. I'm really grateful for surviving because of my lifestyle and yoga. Yoga is fundamentally has helped me to bounce back quickly. I think our Asian food system is fantastic. I think we all have grown up with organic food. Today, organic food has become an obsession. But I think we got to go for genuine organic food, certified, real, organic food. There are a lot of fake foods available in the marketplace. I think that's the key. Today, the food is really is the key driver. I think we have all affected. Suddenly, there is a huge number of patients in India or coming because cancer patients. I myself did not predict. I didn't know that I'm going to be a, cancer patient. But I survived because of thanks to Dr. Nanda and all of them, they helped me survive. But I think I don't want the other human to be. I think once we have this app, which can anybody who, after doing predictive analytics, feel that potentially is going to be a cancer, this app should be able to help them to navigate in yoga, prevention, like yoga, food. And ultimately, I think the very, very important technology is key for prevention. And the most important is content is king. I think I come from a content industry and technology industry. I think we got to really give a curated content to the people and help them, because there are a lot of content. 80%, 90% of the content is not from a reliable source. But I think there are genuine sources of content from the best authors, from the best medical journals, research-driven, research-based, and based on that, content needs to be created and pushed in this app. And I think with the deep learning and deep tech, this app can really, really disrupt and help millions of people not go through the pain. And as I said, prevention is better than cure. I think I wish you all the best. And any help from our end, we are happy to give to our Up Health platform, AI and other things. I can definitely help Dr. Nanda, SPOC, and Ravi. So thank you very much.
So maybe I have a question for Dr.
I don't think that's turned on.
Just a comment on this wonderful occasion. I think Gopal, who's a tech wizard here, and Ravi, who has developed this app, and his team. Can this also add a feature of early detection of cancer? Prevention, yes, but the biggest challenge in India is early detection. I think, is there a possibility that this technology can be disruptive and you add that other feature of detecting very early? Because, a lot of experts are there in this room. They will vouch for the fact that if you pick it early, you can survive. Eventually, it is like prevention and survival.
So I think from a technology perspective, I don't know, from a medical perspective.
Can I answer this question? So with the prediction, we're also guiding the patients. Like if they're low risk, they have to do minimum investigation. With mild risk and moderate risk, we are definitely advising them to go on, do what all investigation needed. Some people, we say, just go and meet the doctor, he's going to decide. So I think it will really bring a huge awareness to go and do the investigations and evaluation. With that, definitely, I think it will detect cancers in early stage. I see that recently all corporates doing a huge. Today, actually, there are 3 preventive and early detection measures going on. One in this one, Rahul Dravid's place. Another one, actually, they did a cyclothon in Global Hospital. And this is the 3rd big conference happening from morning in Bangalore itself. So we see huge awareness is going on. It's basically not only for prevention, it's also early detection. I think so, because here we are planning to do huge cancer prevention awareness in terms of scientific evaluations. Because all our gurujis used to say that, oh, okay, like you follow lifestyle, you do this, you do this. But among intelligent people, it was difficult for them to take it easily. Now we are going to explain the science behind it. So maybe acceptance is better. Thank you.
Technology also can help with the help of doctors who actually the data sets are very, very important. Without data set, it's impossible for example, I'm logging in and I want to kind of see. So there are a lot of technology that has come that is like companies like Autogenomics. These are predictive analytics where they take a DNA test and they do a profiling of a patient like 40 years, 50 years, 60 years, 70 years. And when you will get diabetes potentially, when you can get cancer, lung cancer, whatever. So they are able to profiling. Now, this technology now, corporates are using for HR purpose because they want to make sure medical bills in the United States are very expensive. And so bills are very expensive. So they want to make sure their employees, the C-level suite or the management team, they all want to make sure that these, but I think it's there is a regulation because it also encourages privacy, it threatens your career and all that. But there is a lot of technologies that are emerging to predict early stage, to answer your question.
So in addition to this, another exciting launch we will be celebrating today is Dr. Nanda Rajneesh's second book. Titled Risk Factors in Breast Cancer, Dr. Nanda dedicates it to the Society for Prevention of Cancer and Apollo Hospital. I want to read an excerpt from the back of the book. Quote, "Why me?" is a question that is frequently asked by breast cancer patients. While the easiest answer is bad luck, it is well known that the disease is multifactorial, with many factors being interrelated. Although some of these factors are well established, a vast majority of them remain unexplored, end quote. This was the inspiration for our author. To launch the book that we know will become a New York Times bestseller, we request Mr. Ramachandra, Mr. Somshekhar, and Mr. Sanjeev Raniwal to join us on stage. Mr. Ramachandra is Kidwai Hospital's director. Mr. Sanjeev Raniwal is the CEO of Goyal & Company, Haryana Group. Currently at the helm of this real estate company, he also has a strong background in the shipping and steel industry. Dr. Somshekhar is a consultation oncosurgeon and president of Association of Breast Surgeons of India. May I request Dr. Somshekhar say a few words about this book?
The launch. No problem. Thank you very much. Thank you, Nanda. Thank you, Society of Prevention of Cancer. I stand not only as a president of Association of Breast Surgeons, but a great friend and admirer of Nanda. Why I really liked it is that most of the resources in a country like ours are spent on treatment, which makes less than 1% impact in the outcome of breast cancer. Not many people know in the Western world, if you have a breast cancer, 95% is the 5-year cure rate, but in India it is 50%, which means what? 1 in 2 women die in spite of the best treatment. Why is it so? Because we don't concentrate on early detection, prevention, and identifying them at early time. 70% of our patients come in advanced cancer, unfortunately, which is locally advanced breast cancer, and they lose their breast. Every year, 3% is the increase in the quantum of breast cancer to previous year. It started off 17 per 100,000 when I came to Bangalore from Mayo Clinic, US, and now it is at 33. But the most sad part is less than 1% of women in India actually undergo screening. Can you imagine how sad it is? So, rightfully, we should concentrate on prevention and the risk factor. So we always say that if you want to know what good a human being he or she is, you just see the book they read. I will take one step above. If you really want to know what Dr. Nanda is, please read the book she has written. It is a total different mindset, knowledge to be able to write a book. Take my word, you may be a global, Nobel Prize winner, you may be president. It's impossible to write a book. You need a dedication, commitment, able to assimilate that knowledge. We can read 100 books. People don't read books. People who read books, great. But people who write the books we can read is a new dimension. This is something which is extremely important for us to understand. I always say that book is something which is a portable magic we actually carry with us. Our eyes are the doors for our brain, but what is the door for the brain? It is nothing but actually the books we read. And I really commemorate Nanda for releasing such a beautiful book. About the author, I know her way back from 1989. Right from her med school, she was running between the hospital, college, and you had one set of students who were very happy with the teaching we used to do. I had a proud honor that I could be able to teach her. She's somebody one step above. She used to listen with all the teaching. Once it is over, she used to come back with another 100 notes, which were beyond even teacher's ability. So she was such a merit student. She had a lateral thinking. And I really realized she's somebody going to who contribute to society, not like us who would just operate, treat patient, go home, feel happy. She didn't stop at that level. She understand that the treatment concept of the problem is not treating, but prevention. So somebody who really won, I'm no surprise today where Nanda is able to write it, which none of us are able to do, about the author. And about this book, I sort of read every line of this particular thing. I really loved with the chapter on where she's written about a woman. I had to tell you that, I sat and read with my wife, my elder daughter and mother. They really loved it. The concept of woman being a society. They always say you educate a man, he just feels happy, he's egoistic, he's happy, and he just takes care. But a woman changes the family, society, and everything. So in chapter 1, I would recommend everybody to take it and read. She has started off telling being a woman. That's like, wow. And she explained how the breast development happened, what the diet happens. But something which I really liked is in chapter 4, I follow intermittent fasting. And I was so happy pleasurably in seeing the way she has explained how diet modifications and intermittent fasting can impact you. And finally, rightfully, she summed up in chapter 5, the lifestyle modification you must do. And she didn't make a last chapter, but the conclusion is where she says how to avoid the risk factor. I really felt that should have been another big chapter. It's a beautiful book, very well written, very well researched, very evidence-based. And at the end of each chapter, there is a reference. I would recommend everybody to go and read this. And it's my honor and pleasure to be part with very close luminaries. Our close senior, Professor Ramchandra, who is occupying one of the best position, one of the best cancer center, regional cancer center, top cancer hospital, Kidwai, to be able to be with them on dais, to release a book on somebody whom I have seen as a student, even though I was just an year senior to her, and seeing how this book is conceptualized, looking everything into holistic. And thank you very much, Nanda. Congratulations. Wish you great for this society. And I recommend everybody to go read this book, keep it in your library, personal library, departmental library, and try to wait for more new editions coming. Thank you very much. With everybody?
Yes. we can- Thank you. Congratulations and good luck, Dr. Nanda. Our chief guest for this evening is Dr. M.K. Ramesh. We are honored to have you here with us today, sir. Dr. M.K. Ramesh is the President, Postgraduate Medical Education Board, National Medical Commission, and Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. May we request you address the gathering, please, sir?
Good evening, everybody. Dr. Nanda, my good friend and the founder, director of this society, the other directors, distinguished speakers, and Dr. Lakshman is here. the person, one of the few persons who I admire a lot for his professionalism and sincerity, Dr. Ramchandra, Kalai, and other distinct speakers. So this is a unique conference. So we have attended many conferences and where we see people deliberating on the treating modalities of the advanced cancer or already setting cancer. Here, the emphasis is on the prevention. This is very important because as of now, it's a leading killer in the world. And it's not far ahead when in India also it will be the leading killer. The prevention leads not only to the welfare of the family, but it adds to the economy of the society also. So when I think about this thing, I remember a year back, one of my close relatives was diagnosed to be having lung cancer, stage 4 and multiple mets. And she had no history, obviously non-smoker, and none in the family smoked, vegetarian, and no family history because none in the family ever had cancer. So I always wonder what could have led her to develop the cancer. Because many times I ponder, I wonder. And is a fact that last century has brought in a lot of civilization changes. I grew up in a village where I spent my first 15 years. If I remember the lifestyle, the elders went to the fields. For us, going to school, we used to walk and go. The entertainment was swimming in the wells and ponds, playing in the field, maybe playing kabaddi in the evening. For elders also, entertainment is that only. Evening, sometime there was a few people used to volleyball, 1 or 2 volleyballs, and we used to gather near that high school ground. And even some people used to come and watch. That was a usual this thing. By 7 o'clock, dinner would be over. 7:35, in some houses, most of the people would gather together to chat and to hear the 7:35 Varthe news. By 8:39, village would be totally dead. Sometimes I still remember one fellow had one transistor in my street. He used to sleep on the bullock cot and given the high volume. It used to be heard throughout the village. Just imagine it now. None of us sleep before midnight, always on the screen. Fridge is always full of pastries and sweets and ice creams. If I remember in my village, we had sweets only on the festivals. Other days, sweets means sometimes we used to, when to demand, used to give a jaggery piece or something. Otherwise, no sweets. And we always had only vegetables grown in our field. The staple diet was jawar and ragi. And vegetables grown in the field, all organic, and wild fruits. The tribal women used to bring the wild fruits and sell us. We used to barter them, giving the ragi and buy them. And most of those fruits, I don't even get to see in the market now. This was the lifestyle. When you juxtapose now, somewhere something has happened, something has changed. When you look at it, these factors, these changes might have added because automatically the physical activity has come down. The food habits of dietary changes have happened. Water has become polluted. Environment is polluted. The fossil pollution is widespread. And maybe because of all these things, our genes would have gotten weak. Maybe they have become weak. Maybe they have lost the power to heal quickly. All these things may be adding to the incidence of higher cancer. So in that respect, actually, it's a very good thing that the awareness is being created about the dietary changes and modification in lifestyle, which can prevent the cancer onset. I know it's not possible to go back to that life, but maybe we can bring in the moderation. Maybe everything done in moderation may not be that harmful. We have to create awareness among the people about this. In this regard, such conferences are very helpful. And I'm very happy that Nanda and the team are trying to do their best in this. And I hope that they are going to create awareness in the society about this. And in fact, even in the NMC also, we are trying to introduce yoga and meditation in the curriculum. And if you got evidence of any of these factors, cancer prevention factors, if you give me the evidence, I would try to include in the curriculum. But you have to give it evidence, because 2 days back, I was reading the paper that increased consumption of choline will lead to some prostate cancer as written, but not many documents are there. They were telling that if you eat more eggs, you consume more choline, and in the long run, that might lead to prostate cancer. I don't know how far it's true. So instead of this theoretical, if you got a hardcore evidence, definitely we can introduce such changes into the curriculum. And I wish the society all the best. I thank Dr. Nanda for having brought me here to be amongst you. Thank you. Wish you all the best.
And we thank you for being here, sir. Mr. Sunil Sethi, founder director, SPOC Foundation, is a well-known lawyer and BJP speaker, Jammu Kashmir. Sir, we request you to say a few words to end the inauguration part of this event.
Very good evening to everybody. I thank Dr. Nanda in conceiving this idea of forming this society for prevention of corruption. See, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a health worker, I'm not even a yoga instructor. As a lawyer, what I'm doing in this society. Please believe me when I say that life of the persons who have faced cancer, either for themselves, like Gopalji, or happening in anybody in the family, and the life of the person who has never faced cancer are two entirely different things. A person who has faced cancer in his family or for himself, only he knows what fear, what frustration is created by cancer. I've been fighting cancer for last 35 years in my family. It started in 1980s with my grandmother, then it continued to my father, and father's elder brother, younger brother, and finally my wife. I was hearing Dr. Ramesh very carefully. He's right. If cancer comes in the family, then the other members of the family are in a high risk. That is where I'm concerned. And I'm also concerned, look to the persons, how many patients we have of cancer, and multiply that at least by 4. If one cancer patient, at least 4 family members are in high risk. Multiply it by 4. This is the large group of the persons who are in high risk. And this society is addressing the concern of this high risk. The persons for whom the prevention is required, the persons for whom we have to work before the onset of the problem itself. If with this app, which we have launched today, and what have been told that it will be improved, enlarged to add to it the colon cancer, the other forms of cancer, what I'm looking to is that millions of people who are in high risk, and even if it is not genetically, we have environmental changes, food changes, everybody in risk, more risk than what it used to be 40, 50 years back. We are giving hope to everybody who's a potential cancer patient that before onset of cancer, you can be taken care of. There's a very famous Chinese proverb, if I remember correctly. It is quoted in the name of Lao Tse, but it is now worked out that it is in fact attributed to Bodhisattva. He was from South India, went to Tibet and China, spread Buddhism, yoga, and this Chinese medicine treatment, everything has been in martial art also. There's a principle of superior doctor. Now the philosophy says, superior doctor is a person who prevents the disease or who treats the disease before the onset of the symptoms. That is what we are looking to. And mark my word, in this room, the people we are sitting here, we are looking to the history in making. This society is going to give a better life, a better hope to millions of people. This society is spreading to the other areas of the country, maybe beyond that also, will be a new chapter in the fight of humanity against cancer. in coming day, I wish Dr. Nanda and all other persons who are associated with the society a recognition to your society, to your good work by the government, by the non-governmental organization, and more particularly by the persons whom you are trying to give benefit to. And on behalf of the society, I thank all of you who have come here and be a witness to the history in making. Thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of Society of Prevention of Cancer and the rest of the planning committee, I would like to thank once again our chief guest, special invitees, and everyone else who has joined us this evening. I will now pass the podium over to Dr. Monica and Dr. Rajiv to lead us through the rest of the evening.
A very warm good evening in a rainy Bangalore to all of you. I'll just introduce my colleague. This is my colleague, Dr. Monica Pansari. She's a surgical oncologist. I'm Dr. Rajiv. I'm a medical oncologist. We both work at BG's Global Hospitals. We are associated with the SPOC Foundation, along with Dr. Nanda and Dr. Vishwanath, and there are around 8 of us who've been very closely working. So I take this opportunity. Without much ado, we'll get on after we're done with the inauguration. I'd like to talk about our first speaker, who's a very, very distinguished Lubron scholar from Harvard. He's an American board recipient he's the head of Department of Medical Oncology and Hematology, and he's a senior consultant in the Medical Oncology Hematology department at Sakra World Hospital from Bangalore. And he's got a very, very interesting topic: effect of stress and anxiety on cancer and effect of positive attitude and happiness on cancer. This is something that he's been chosen for this topic, and we request him to come on stage, please.
To moderate the session, I would invite Dr. Dharmanand. He's a senior consultant rheumatologist from Vikram Hospital. He's a president-elect of Indian Rheumatology Society. I would request Dr. Dharmanand to chair the session, please, and Dr. Vineet Gupta to come over the podium and take over the first lecture.
Looking forward to some nice point you.
Good evening. We are going to have a wonderful talk by my good friend, Dr. Vineet Gupta, who was introduced to you all. As an immunologist and a clinical immunologist, good, robust immune system is very essential in cancer surveillance. And immune system can be significantly affected by stress. Even a bad thought can make at least 10 different gene expression changes. And like exercise, a positive thinking can make a positive impact on the gene expression. So even small negative thought can influence how our genes are expressed. So with this knowledge, I know that Vineet Gupta is going to give us a beautiful talk. Go ahead.
Thank you so much for. Hello? Audible? Thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much for being here. It's a rainy day in Bangalore, so I think this is a large audience. I hope I do justice to the remit which has been given to me. A very warm welcome to all of you. Thank you so much, Nanda, for giving me this remit. And I did accept the remit with the caveat that I need to read about this. I'm a mainstream oncologist. So this is a topic which is as foreign to me as to most others in the room, maybe less so to some, I guess. So I had to study a lot, and I hope that what I'm going to tell you will add to your knowledge base and hopefully fix the stress in your life as well. So stress is of a vital public health importance. The first Wednesday of November in the US is celebrated as a National Stress Awareness Day. Unfortunately, in India, we are stressed every day. So I think every day is a National Stress Awareness Day. Interestingly, the last Thursday of November is also called the Thanksgiving Day. So Thanksgiving and stress go together. That's the understanding. This has been my position. This is a disclosure, but this has been my position for a couple of weeks now. I've been very stressed about this talk because this is not mainstream for me. So I had to study, and this is how I looked a couple of days just before the talk. As I said, this is not a mainstream talk for me, so I had to rely on the research of several giants from Stanford: Andrew Huberman, Dave Furman, David Spiegel. At a University of Washington, we had Jay Nietzsche, who's a professor of ophthalmology. At the USC Brain Research Institute, Jack Feldman. So I stand on the shoulders of all these giants, and all the errors and omissions in the talk that follows are mine. All the credit really goes to these people who have spent eons of years, decades researching into stress and what it does to our body. As I said, this is not a mainstream topic for me, but I have been very fascinated by the workings of the human mind, the brain, from way back. So this topic really grew with me as I was in the grammar school. And the first time I realized this was when I read this quote from Emily Dickinson, the British poet: "The brain is wider than the sky and deeper than the sea." And essentially alluding to the boundless, unbound potential of the human brain and how it connects with the unbounded God. And I think this thought remained with me, although its importance I didn't understand for much later. As I entered medical school in the States, Joel Elks, I don't know how many of you know him, he's the guy behind chlorpromazine. Some of the elder physicians like me would know chlorpromazine was a neuropsychotic drug. And this is what his view was. Medicine's view of sickness has been a continuous conversation from between, without, and from within. The visible, the tangible, and the intangible. And I always used to wonder when I was in medical school that what is that we see and what is that we know are the same things which are happening in the human body. How many of you know these guys? There's a reward. I think Nanda is giving out gifts as well. If you can tell me who these people are. This is Robert De Niro, yes, and Dharmanand Garu gets a prize. And this is Robin Williams. This is from the famous 1990 movie Awakenings by Penny Marsh, who was the director. And this movie has a very profound influence on me. I still remember the VCR days. These are the VCR movies. And this movie had a profound influence because it was based on a novel by Oliver Sacks. Oliver Sacks was a neurologist. And at some point in time, a quote comes in, which is this: "The human spirit is infinitely more powerful than any drug, and that is what needs to be nourished." For a very long time, I was early on into medical school. This is my first year in medical school, or second year maybe, and I used to wonder, what are they trying to say? And I could never figure it out until much later. And I'm telling you all this because these are the reasons I agreed to give this talk, because this topic holds great import to me. As I moved into the US, I attended this exhibition at the National Institute of Health in 1996, which was Emotions and Disease. And this explored the tenuous relationship between how what we feel influences what our body does. And this exhibition, which was curated beautifully, and I still have vivid memories of going to Bethesda, told me that I was on the right track, and I was onto something. Fast forward into my fellowship days, I interviewed at City of Hope Cancer Center, Duarte, California, not very far from Disneyland. And Sam Golter was one of the executive directors. And this is the Golter Gate, which is right there in the Rose Garden. And this says, "There is no profit in curing the body if in the process we destroy the soul." And I knew that my choice of being an oncologist was a good one. I knew that I was on the right track because my heart and my brain were in consonance together. And I knew that this is where I want to be. Obviously, City of Hope was a very difficult cancer center to actually get in, and I didn't get in, just so that you guys know. We can skip this slide in the interest of time, although this hieroglyphics from the pre-pandemic era is from an exhibit in Lisbon, which I attended several years ago, just before the pandemic. which is brain is wider than the sky, showing the origin, the complexity, the evolution, the beauty of the brain through 3D infographics. Okay, this is what we are talking about, going to really talk about how the brain and the body interact. So over the course, and now fasten your seat belts, please, over the course of next 20, 25 minutes, I'm going to take you through a whirlwind. Okay, we are going to be talking about the story of the stress. We're talking about what stress is. So who are the actors? What is the anatomy? What is the physiology? And finally, going to give you some solutions which you can put to use on a Sunday morning. How is that you can ward off stress? This is the era of pandemics. Everybody's talking about pandemics. So let's start with the cancer pandemic. Cancer is often called the pathology of the century. And truly so, 40% of the people that we know of will eventually get cancer. 40% of the people throughout the world will eventually get cancer by 2035. And this is the NCI statistic. So clearly, treating our way out of cancer is not an option. You can't treat 40% of the world's population at about 4 billion. That's just not going to happen. So prevention is the way to go. Last year and a better part of this year has unleashed stress and uncertainty of unparalleled proportions on everybody. We have all been subject to economic disruption, social unrest, political tumble. We have all faced like a full stop, a one in a lifetime century event. And this is pretty much what has shaped us, shaped all of us in this room, the adults in this room, into what I call the COVID generation. And we have all suffered pandemic anxiety, from wearing masks to not going to the hospitals to not socializing. So clearly, stress has been a part and parcel of our lives, if not before, at least in the last 2 years. Now, whenever we talk about stress as being a modern disease, an affluenza. I heard people saying that when we were in the village, we didn't have stress. Things were simpler. The reality is not that. The stress has been a part and parcel of human life ever since man lived in the caves. When we were foraging for food and we were moving around in small bands, stress was a part and parcel of our lives. The stressors were different. We were climactic stress. There was stress of predatory animals, as a consequence of which there was a heightened sense of environment, right? Now, as we fast forward into life, what has happened is those circuits have remained intact. The stressors have changed to cell phones. I see Somashekar on the cell phone. So we are all wired and tired, as a consequence of which we have become what I like to call a stressed, depressed, and an obsessed generation. I have yet to see if actually cell phones and being connected has made a significant impact in survival of cancer patients or patients in general. And I would imagine that the number is very small, but we remain stressed, depressed, and obsessed. So stress entered into the medical literature in the 1930s, and people started talking about stress in the 1970s. But stress to me is at best an ambiguous explanation, right? This cartoon captures it. We know what stress is, but it's very hard to define. Nanda, can you define stress? No, it's very hard. It's very hard to get a tangible definition. We tend to look at stress as an unwanted feeling, a feeling of being traumatized, a feeling of being overwhelmed, fatigued, tired, so on and so forth. But if you look at some of the articles of people who really created ideas for the modern world, and Richard Schroeder is one such guy from US, and he said, stress is a very popular word. It's like Coke and Visa card. It's very popular. But stress is very hard to define. And stress is a word which really sublimes all languages. It is same in Punjabi as it is in Kannada. Nantumba stress ide. It is same in Telugu. It's same in French. It's same in German. So stress does not really have its own lexicon. And obviously, when we are overwhelmed, we are tired, fatigued, that's all bandicooted together as stress. Now, just to get a formal definition in place before we move forward, stress is a process whereby a person perceives and responds to events that they judge to be overwhelming or threatening to their well-being. The critical element here, as you can see, is how we judge the event. So when this talk came through, there were two ways I could look at it. One was, oh my God, I would look like an idiot in front of so many intelligent and famous people and hence shy away and being paralyzed by fear. Or I could take up the challenge and say, hey, gee, this is a great opportunity to read about stress literature and take up this option. So I think stress in that sense is how you judge the event. So it is like two sides of a coin. So if you look at the Chinese alphabet, the way they write crisis is in actually two brush strokes. So danger and opportunity go together. Stress is like that. It's two sides of the same coin. Janus, we are going to be heading into New Year. It's based, January is named after Janus, the Roman god, the mythical Roman god having two faces, the face of the beginning, a face of the end, a face of start, a face of stop, a face of war, and a face of peace. So clearly it is a two-sided venture. Stress isn't necessarily evil. It's like friction. Too much friction, you can't walk, you're paralyzed. Too less of friction, you can't walk, you'll slip through. So stress is a double-edged sword. So stress essentially, as I said, primes you for performance, okay? It primes you for performance. Too much of it, it becomes distress and you are paralyzed. Too less, you lack the motivation. This is the optimal level. And this is the Yerkes-Dodson curve from 1908, when they actually said the performance and stress follow a parabolic inverted U-shaped curve. So obviously, as you can surmise, I am right here at the distress level. Now, not everything can be encapsulated, but this is a slide which I've borrowed. As you can see, stress also means health damaging behavior, diet, lack of physical activity, alcohol, smoking, loneliness, circadian disruption, residents and surgeons working at night, gynecologists delivering babies at night, jet lag, shift workers, noisy, polluted neighborhoods. These are all stress. Stress is not only about what we talked about. This qualifies as stress as well. Hans Selye was a Hungarian physician who was trained largely in Canada at the McGill and established the Institute of Stress. And he was the first one to coin the use of the word stress as GAS, General Adaptation Syndrome, a response of the body to demands placed upon it. It first appeared in Nature. He's the father of stress. Very interestingly, he had 3 marriages and had a horrible life himself. So that's just an anecdote. Bruce McKibben, there is no talk on stress that is complete without an ode to this man. This man was a great neuroendocrinologist out of Rockefeller in New York. And Bruce McKibben first figured out how stress hormones can refigure. Stress hormones released from throughout the body can refigure the neural connections in the brain. He first time showed that there are receptors in the brain that respond to the hormones produced elsewhere. So a great man wrote this book, The Age of Stress as We Know It, a must read for many. So are you stressed or stressed out? Mr. Sethi, are you stressed or stressed out? Neither. Neither. So he is in a perfect allostasis, which means when the body stressor and the ability to adapt are in consonance, in parallel, perfect equilibrium, that is Mr. Sethi, that is allostasis. On the other hand, if I speak to Nanda, who has been the chairperson and organizer, and Rajiv and others as well, I would imagine that they have suffered a lot of allostatic load, which means a significant amount of load. The body is still coping, but if this conference was like an ASCO extending on for 4 days or 5 days, they would have to pay a price of it, which is called allostatic load. This is the problem, not this. When you have an allostatic load, when the body extracts a price out of your stress, that's the problem. And this is what Bruce McKibben told us. Stress is positive, it can be tolerable, it can be toxic. A bad boss is toxic stress. A positive stress is me giving a lecture here. I had to study for it, but it's great. A tolerable stress is a corporate hospital asking you for MIS every month. So that's how I would look at it. The story of stress, as I said, fasten your seatbelts. Oh, I'm going to take you through a panoramic 30,000 feet view of how medicine evolved over 25 centuries. So we are covering 2,500 years in this one single slide. So the church used to be the predominant doctor in the ancient times. All illnesses were due to sin, all prescriptions were prayers, and medicine was a matter of faith. Hippocrates took away that mantle from the church and said, illnesses happen because of humoral disequilibrium. And this philosophy continued much until Galen came. Now, Galen was a Roman physician who was born 500 years after the death of actually Hippocrates, after Christ was born, right about here. Right? And Galen was the one who said that the concept of cancer might be in some way related to stress or other emotional factors. This is his magnum opus on tumors. And he talked about sad women, melancholic women who had more of black bile, were more susceptible to cancer. This is probably the earliest recorded literature showing that there is link between emotions, stress, and cancer. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Hindi. We like to call a disease called lavaria, and in medical school, it used to be a very popular. When we can't find an organic basis of disease in a young guy or a girl, it was commonly said, oh, isko to lavaria hua. This person has lavaria. So lavaria has a basis, and Galen was a specialist in diagnosis of lavaria and was known as the love sickness doctor. Remember, Galen is not an ordinary soul. He influenced medicine from 2nd century much until after Renaissance, which is until the 17th century. So very, very prominent man in the field of modern medicine, but also called the love sickness doctor. So is there something of a cancer personality? I've been talking to people and seem to get the sense of it. Oh, you are always stressed. You are likely to have cancer. Can we say that? Can we say that you have a cancer personality? Like we say you have a AA or a AAA battery size, a AA personality or a AAA personality. Do we have a cancer personality? And I think science does not bear that out. And that is what makes my talk so difficult, is to draw out on foils of science, which are as important and relevant to today's talk. So personality does not influence cancer. Hypothesis should be retired. This is the headlines of a New York Times a few years ago, I think a decade ago, based upon this study, American Journal of Epidemiology, which followed 60,000 people in the Nordic countries, I think Finland and Denmark. And they concluded, and they concluded for people with cancer, the findings mean they should not think that their personality traits may have affected their cancer or cancer prognosis. People with cancer do not have to feel they should adopt an outlook that is not true to them. So this positive washing is probably not required according to the study. And that is why this topic makes such an interesting topic for me. No, I have 25 minutes. So this is Siddharth Mukherjee. We all recognize him from his book, Emperor of Maladies. And this is an interview he gave a couple of years ago based upon this particular study, which is a positive attitude does not cure cancer any more than a negative attitude, causes it, right? So everybody in the room, everybody in the public, we encourage to get positive. So we all talk about the fact that there's a close relationship between health, disease, and emotions, but the scientific community at large is very skeptical about it, right? So where does the whole thing lie? And this is the scientific data linking stress and cancer. Now, if you look at this is a Lancet paper from Harvard a couple of years ago, and this explores the fact that cardiovascular disease, heart disease of many sorts, is increased, and in patients where the fear center, the smoke alarm in the brain called the amygdala, has increased basal activity. So clearly alluding to a linkage between the fear center, the stress center, and heart disease. Now, we all recognize this emoji from WhatsApp, I guess, the heartbreak, right? So there is something called a broken heart syndrome. And the broken heart syndrome happens more often in women, naturally so, sometimes I feel, disproportionately, unless you have a female boss, which they're heartless, I guess. But it's triggered by stressful events, bankruptcy, divorce, death of a loved one. And it has been shown that the amygdala, the fear center, clearly is hyperactive and activated in that. So what I'm trying to tell you is that the data between psychological factors and the predictive capacity of the psychological factors to cause heart disease is very well defined. The data on cancer, apart from what I've quoted, is not so. So we have to rely on anecdotes. And here are some of the anecdotes. I want you to review them. This is from New York Times. It talks about a man who had resistant schizophrenia, a mental health disorder, which could not be treated. Unfortunately, during the course of his treatment, he got leukemia, underwent a bone marrow transplant, and to the surprise of the psychiatrist, Dr. Miyaka in Japan, somewhere in Japan, his schizophrenia was gone. So he got schizophrenia, he got cancer, and then he got cured, was the screaming headlines in New York Times a couple of years ago. Lawrence Lee Shan has worked, he's now dead, but had worked with cancer patients for several decades, father of mind-body therapy. This is a JNCI, Journal of National Cancer Institute, a very high-impact journal monograph, psychological state as factors in development of malignant disease. And this is what he concludes. There seems to be a correlation between neoplastic disease and certain types of psychological situations. So the question that needs to be asked is, does stress contribute to increase incidence of cancer? Will it make my cancer worse? That's the question that needs to be asked, right? And the data is not clear, but here is a meta-analysis of close to 600 odd studies from a group of researchers at University College London, epidemiologist. Dr. Chida is now actually in back home, Japan. And what they said was, out of these 548 studies, in 165 studies, they showed higher cancer incidence in initially healthy population of stressed individuals. Similarly, in 330 studies out of these 548, they showed poorer survival. In those who had cancer and who were stressed, they tend to live shorter lives. So yes, we have some data. It's not categorical, it's not definitive, but based upon longitudinal epidemiological studies, we have some data. So if I have cancer and I'm stressed out, will it contribute to my poor outcome? Does stress contribute to poor outcome in people who get cancer? And David Batty and colleagues, George David Batty, is again out of UCL in London, did a longitudinal analysis of 16 studies which were hetero unpublished. And again, what they showed was people in the highest distress group compared to lowest distress group seem to have this problem, which means they seem to get cancer more commonly. And the hazard ratio of being distressed and having cancer was as bad as smoking and obesity. So food for thought, nothing dramatic, but food for thought. Again, a very interesting paper, is it better to be rich or relaxed? In the bone marrow transplant world, it has been shown quite categorically that if you were rich, your survivals were better versus if you were poor, if you underwent bone marrow transplant for the same indication. It is generally assumed that rich people like Mr. Sethi here and others who have been funding this organization are more relaxed in life, right? Unlike the other plebeians, right? So if you are rich and you have a bone marrow transplant, you tend to be having a better outcome. And what Jennifer Knight and co-workers from University College of Medicine in Wisconsin did, they investigated this with a genome called CTRA, which essentially showed that patients who were stressed, who were socially isolated, depressed, or they had greater sympathetic nervous system stimulation tended to do poorly compared to those people, because CTRA was a genomic profile. So when you are stressed, your genome profile is altered. And that genome profile is called CTRA. Genome profile, for those of you who don't know, is the genetic architecture of your cells in the blood. That is genome profile. So those who were stressed acquired the CTRA profile and they did poorly. So as I said, clearly there is some data. To link stress and cancer. Yes. So are we already 25? Oh, so Quickly, we'll go to stress. I just want to tell you about three things: the autonomic nervous system, the predictive coding, and the neuroplasticity. New ways to look at stress from a neuroscience perspective. Autonomic nervous system is your autopilot. It's your GPS, okay? This is the accelerator and the brake in your car. The sympathetic nervous system, essentially what it does is to drive your body forward into action, into agitation, into a tunnel vision. And the parasympathetic is when you cool down after that massage. That's the parasympathetic system taking over. So this is a David Huberman slide. And as you can see, the stress is one point along this arousal continuum. This is what I was in the morning today, right? When you are stressed, you are panicking. This is when you will be asleep tonight. This is the state which is aspirational. And this state essentially is a distinct balance between the sympathetic nervous system, the accelerator, and the parasympathetic nervous system, which is the brake. I think we'll skip this slide because there's a lot of neuroscience involved. And I quickly want to come into this. This is where, imagine all of you are taking a walk in this beautiful autumn forest, and then you hear the rustle of a sound. What is the first thought that it will come to you? The first thought of a rustle when you taking a walk through a forest. So Dharmanand Garu is, so based on past experience, you will see, oh my God, this could be a snake. And your sympathetic nervous system is going to go into overdrive. You'll pull up your pants and you'll buckle up and you'll run for your life, right? So what is happening is those sensory impulses are coming in, getting conditioned in the brain, and the brain conditioning is driving the sympathetic nervous system. However, it could be that there is no snake, in which case you would feel relaxed, continue your walk, and the parasympathetic nervous system will take over. So this is an analogy, and I want to spend a minute on this slide, no matter how much time I take, is because when you see a fire, there's a smoke alarm, there's a fire brigade, and there are people who come in and douse the fire. The analogy of stress is very simple. Stress, real, imaginary, learned stress. Oh, I'm going to face Mr. Bamzai today. My MIS is not good. That's learned stress. So when you face stress, which is real, imaginary, or learned, what happens is the eye sees it and relays the signal to the brain. Now, brain, it does not go to the visual cortex, even though I'm seeing Mr. Bamzai. What it goes into the thalamus, where it undergoes contextualization and processing and goes to the fire alarm, the amygdala, and the bed nucleus of stria terminalis, BNST. And they say, oh my God, you have not performed. You are going to get ripped again today on the 30th of this month. And then it sends the signal to the sympathetic nervous system and the hypothalamic pituitary axis, and the chemicals start dumping in, the noradrenaline, the adrenaline, and the cortisol. And what they do, they hijack your mind. You are sweating, your heart is racing, your muscles are tensed, you're breathing rapidly, as I was just before this talk. So that's what, amygdala hijack happens, the great chemical dump. And you call up Dr. Mr. Bamzai and say, I'm sorry, I'm not well, I have a sore throat. Can I do this next week? So you have a flight, or when he's questioning you, you freeze. Rakesh is going to be very upset with me after the talk, I think, because he's absolutely not like that. So that's what stress is. Stress is a visible stressor, the amygdala, and the chemical dump. I just want to quickly show you this. Cancer doesn't develop overnight. It's a step-by-step, multi-modal, non-linear process that develops over years. And stressors allow these cells to gain immortality by acquiring what are called the hallmarks of cancer. And Robert Weinberg from Mass General and Cambridge Institute, who got a Nobel Prize, incidentally, in the 80s, was the first one to define what are the characteristics that convert a normal cell into a malignant cell. And it has been shown beyond a reasonable doubt that stress affects all these hallmarks. So clearly, stress has the ability of initiating and promoting cancer through direct DNA damage. We'll not go into this slide. It's a very interesting slide, but it's a complex slide. So in the interest of time, we'll skip it. We'll skip this as well. Just one quick word. We all talk about genome. Let's talk about exposome. What are the sum total of all the influences that range from what you faced when you were inside the uterus of your mother to the real world? All the exposures together constitute and lead to possibility of cancer and other health illnesses. So clearly, environment, our conditioning, plays a very major role. And Gary Miller out of Columbia is an expert at it. His recent book, The Exposome, is out there on Amazon. I encourage you to read it if you haven't. Finally, what is the way forward? What is that you can use and waste this talk to change your life in future? Regardless of the validity of the ideas I presented in this talk, I hope some of you will be convinced that we need to look at immune system and emotional diseases in a new, different way. And this is clearly how the blind man and the elephant story. Well, we'll skip to, this is what Nanda does over the weekends after surgery, which is meditation, music, and Himalayan yoga and retreat and exercise and whatnot, Asian spa. But Andrew Huberman, the lady spoke every day, but Andrew Huberman out of Stanford has told us that the cure for stress lies within. Okay, the secrets can be locked in within. And we are talking about two SOS levers, and I think more speakers we're going to be actually talking about. One is about visual cues, and the other is about breathing. I leave it to Dr. Nagratna, who's going to be speaking at the meeting as well, to talk about both of them. I just want you to remember a few things which I've always followed, not always followed actually. I should follow always. Let me repurpose your internal struggle. We all need to go through a process of inner re-engineering. Don't sweat the small stuff. It's okay. It's okay not to be the boss's apple of the day. It's okay to not be the best in class. It's okay to not have a BMW or a house in Sunnybrook or Epsilon or be the most beautiful woman on the planet Earth. It's okay. Don't sweat the small stuff. This is also going to pass. We need to notice that we are stressed, take a deep breath, shift and rewire. Okay? Stress is temporary. It can be modulated. We talked about Kabir. Kabir is one of my favorite Sufi saints, and I don't know if this is an appropriate forum for this, and those who understand Hindi will relate to this. And this talks about the fact that we need to understand the temporariness of life and the fact that we need to get happy with minimalism and not maximalism. We'll skip this slide. We'll skip this slide. And finally, the last slide, I know Dharmanand is just going to kill me if I don't. Some people would gladly exchange their best days with your worst days. And this is a Turkish photographer, Aslan, who got a prize recently about a Syrian refugee and his son. And you can see the father is on the crutches and the son doesn't have legs. So some people would gladly exchange their best days with your worst days. And again, another Turkish photographer, Galenicus, does contrast photography. And how beautiful is that contrast? You see a war-ravaged Syria and your fancy bathrooms with Goler fittings, and you say, oh my God, the water is too cold, right? And you see again women schlepping hundreds of kgs of firewood and coal, and people going to Target and Walmarts and Costco's of the world and buying goods. And again, an example of contrast photography. And finally, don't worry, be happy. Thank you so much for your time and attention. I'm sorry for having taken so much time.
All good things have to end. And this is a conference by itself. And I think Dr. Vinit Gupta has given us a lot of points to ponder over and good books to read. So thank you very much for the enlightening talk. And we'll move on to the next talk.
Thank you, Dr. Dharmanand. Thank you, Dr. Vinit Gupta, for putting across a stellar performance. This felt like Rajinikanth talking, or more like Shashi Tharoor talking to us. So it was fantastic as always. Thank you.
So we'll move on to our next session. We all know that cancer is systemic disease. Immunity plays a very important role. It does cause a lot of functional and compositional changes in our immune system. So next topic also goes to the same concept, role of immunity in cancer. And our speaker is Dr. K. Lakshman. He's a senior consultant GI and laparoscopic surgeon at Shanti Hospital. He's associate editor of Indian Journal Surgery. I would like to invite Dr. Lakshman to take on the next session. Moderator for the session is Dr. Medha. Dr. Rajiv is going to introduce.
Dr. Medha Shugara. She's an associate professor in surgical oncology at St. John's Medical College, Bangalore. May I request Dr. Lakshman to please take over. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. It's an honor and pleasure to be a part of this landmark conference, and I congratulate Dr. Nanda and her entire team for their effort. The topic for discussion now is the role of immunity in cancer. In the last 2 years, we have witnessed an increase in consumption of vitamin supplements, immunity boosters, in the hope that we brave through the pandemic. So we all have definitely understood the importance of immunity. Let's see how immunity helps us get through cancer.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Ramesh, Dr. Ramchandra, Somshekhar was here. It's indeed very nice to be here in the presence of these very great personalities and great achievers in the field of cancer. Dr. Nanda and SPOC, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I must first start with a confession. I think my predecessor did the same. For a simple-minded surgeon like me, immunity is a great challenge. The topic has developed so much in the last 2 to 3 decades that it's practically impossible to understand this, and you need to have real specialists to get into it. But what I would like to do for the benefit of a mixed audience like we have today is to just understand the very basics of immunity, its role in cancer, and a few pointers to how one can boost immunity and perhaps fight cancer. I know that many of the topics that I'm going to touch upon are going to be talked about in greater detail as the conference progresses. By definition, immunity is the ability of an organism to resist a particular infection or a toxin. So, basically the body tries to recognize self from the non-self, something which is foreign. And the process of immunity fights whatever that is foreign. While we all associate immunity with infection very easily, it is less well known that immunity plays an equally important role in fighting cancer as well. And it does it through both cellular elements like the white blood cells and from proteins called antibodies. All of us are born with 3 main types of immunity: the innate immunity that we all possess, the acquired immunity that we get when we get exposed to foreign proteins, basically, maybe be it infection, be it a cancer cell, be it a toxin, and a passive immunity that we tend to get from somebody else. Commonest is the immunity that a baby gets from the mother's breast milk. The colostrum is rich in antibodies. That's a passive immunity. In the course of treatment of cancer, we can get passive immunity as a part of your immunotherapy, which I'm going to talk about. The basic mechanism by which our body fights these foreign proteins, be it, as I said, infections or cancer cells, is through proteins called antibodies. These circulate in the blood. There are the second main group called the cellular kind of immunity. There are various kinds of cells, the white blood corpuscles, the macrophages and the like, which are highly complex. I must say that if you get into it, it gets very, very confusing. But for our purposes today, it is sufficient for us to know that the immunity in the body, as I said, may be innate, acquired, or passive, and that is executed, that is made effective through antibodies and through cells. How does the body recognize a protein as foreign? Be it, as I said, say a cancer cell, how do you know that this is not a normal, correct cell of the body? It happens because of antigens. These are proteins as well. And you have certain cells called the antigen presenting cells. The common examples are dendritic cells or macrophages. Dendritic cells are on the skin. And an example, not of cancer, but an infection, is that the human prepuce on the penis is very rich in dendritic cells, to such an extent that the presence of the prepuce is a risk factor for HIV infection. The WHO actually thought whether they should have a mass circumcision program to reduce HIV incidence in the African subcontinent. The example I gave here was to say that these dendritic cells are capable of recognizing some protein, the antigen, as foreign and presents it to the body. And how does the body react? It reacts through other sets of white blood cells called the T cells. They're called T cells because they're mature in an organ in the chest called the thymus. So the T cells recognize the foreign protein, and through two separate subcategories of cells called the helper cells and the cytotoxic cells, they try and hit the cancer cells and kill them. Helper cells are what they are. They cannot kill the cancer cells by themselves, but they prepare the cancer cells to be killed by other macrophages, by the cytotoxic cells. And they do it through various chemicals. These chemicals are really a whole variety of them. They're called cytokines, interleukins, interferons, and tumor necrosis factors and the like. There are so many names and so many of them that it's actually mind-boggling. We needn't go into the details of that, but let's suffice it to say that helper cells, through the medium of these various chemicals, help to recognize and prepare the cancer cells to be killed by the cytotoxic cells, by the other cells which kill these cells. And again, the tumor destruction, the actual killing of the cancer cells, occur through three separate but interrelated mechanisms. They may be antibody mediated. The body produces these antibodies. They go and get stuck onto the cancer cells and prepares them, as it were, for the macrophages, for these other kinds of white cells to actually kill them. And that's a process also called opsonization. There is another separate pathway called the complement. We needn't go into the details, but just to understand that the macrophages and a subset of white blood cells called the natural killer cells go and kill these cancer cells. And one gets a cancer only if these defense mechanisms that we naturally possess are overwhelmed. All right. You will learn as the conference goes along that because of various toxic influences on the body, maybe our lifestyles, the toxins that we are related to, the food that we consume, genomic changes in the genes and the expression of genes are very common. So it's very common to have thousands of cells trying to turn into cancer cells in the body. That's a natural phenomenon. But nature has given us this capacity through the immune system to fight that as well. And so if you have good immunity, the theory is that if you have good immunity, you will have the capacity within your body to fight these natural phenomena which tend to encourage cancerization of cells, if you want to call it that. And so we need to understand that the whole process, which is summed up in this particular diagram, the antigens of the cancer are recognized and presented to the T cells through the antigen presenting cells. There is a T cell trafficking, infiltration. These are all the processes and the recognition. And finally, the mechanisms, the three mechanisms that I mentioned about, which kill these cancer cells. Now, oncologists, I'm a surgeon. I'm not an oncologist. My predecessor, Vineet, is an oncologist. He will know a lot more about it than I do. But they use this to treat cancer apart from the chemotherapy, from another fundamental branch of treatment of cancer called immunotherapy. It is important to understand that the immunotherapy may be an active process or it can be a passive process. Passive process is where you actually give the body pre-formed antibodies or cells or whatever. That is, adoptive immunotherapy is actually getting these killer cells presented or giving it to the patient. Monoclonal antibodies are Again, antibodies which may be specific or non-specific, giving these to the patients to kill the cancer cells that they have in them. That is the passive method. The active method is where the body is encouraged to initiate or augment the response to fighting the cancer. It can be either specific or non-specific. As I mentioned, you can have cytokines, these chemicals that I mentioned about, interferons, for example, that can be given to the patient. You can vaccinate them. One of the common examples of vaccination is giving the ordinary BCG vaccination, the anti-tuberculous vaccination for bladder cancers. It's one of the simplest and the oldest examples of vaccination, and a much more complex phenomenon called checkpoint inhibition. Just to dilate on it for half a minute, what happens is that just like the immune system prevents cancer by killing them, there is also another arm of the same immune system which actually blocks the antigens which can potentially expose the cancer cells to killing by the killer cells. I hope I have not confused you. These antigens, these proteins go and sit on those antigens on the cancer cells, which would otherwise be prepared by the natural immune system to be killed by the cancer cells. So what it essentially means is that there is one arm of this immune system which prevents the other rest of the major immune system from doing its job. And so there are chemicals which can prevent this occurrence. And so that's one of the latest things in immunotherapy, the so-called checkpoint inhibitors. There are many medicines that have come into the market, and you can use those to boost immunity anyway. But for most of us, that is as far as the complex immunology is concerned, but most of us, we are interested in boosting our innate immunity. It's a general lifestyle that has been the basis of this conference. And there are 2 or 3 things that we need to talk about. We need to talk about anxiety and emotions. I'm going to touch upon 2 or 3 other aspects. And as I said earlier, it's going to be dilated upon later in the conference. Our gut, our intestines carry billions and billions of bacteria. There are good bacteria and there are bad bacteria. The totality of these microbes in the gut is called microbiota. And the microbiota have a tremendous role in various aspects of human functioning, including the occurrence and the prevention of cancer. So these have a major role to play in what is called immunosurveillance. That is the gatekeepers which prevent these early cancer cells from becoming full-blown cancer. And they also have an effect on the toxicity, the bad effects, and the effectiveness of immunotherapy. And so it's now known that if you manage somehow to get the good bacteria in and reduce the bad bacteria in the gut, that you will have a good protection against various diseases, including cancer. High fiber, low fat diet increases the good bacteria. And the good bacteria are the 2 I have mentioned there, the Faecalibacterium and Bifidobacterium. You can have very specially made probiotics, which are conglomerations or groups of these bacteria which you can ingest. And perhaps quite repulsive to even think about it, there is actually preparations of the human feces. It's called the FMT, fecal microbiota transfer, which actually protect you against various diseases. Nutrition, again, exercise, again, nutrition and exercise have a huge impact on our immunity. It has been very clearly shown in various studies that good nutrition and good exercise or regular exercise have a salutary effect on the cytokines and the hormones. And they have a direct effect on the T cells, the thymus-derived white cells that I spoke about. It's one of the primary drivers of our immunity. So good nutrition and good exercise has a direct effect on that. And as can be expected, malnutrition, undernutrition has a negative effect on these. So it is important to make sure that we have a good exercise and have a moderate, good nutrition. Of course, exactly what it is will be talked about later. And as another corollary, it's also known that obesity, where your body mass index is over 25, has a state where there is chronic inflammation, low level of chronic inflammation. And that changes the cells, the activity of the cells, and very clearly documented increased incidence of several cancers, including colon, breast, and pancreatic cancers. It has been shown in people with obesity. So what is the standard advice? This is just an overview, and you will hear more about it later. Try to remain lean with an acceptable body weight, minimize consumption of alcohol, reduce consumption of red and processed meat, consume omega-3 fatty acids if you can, the common substances, food items that contain these are fish, soya, and flaxseed. Exercise regularly, stop smoking, and consume more vegetables, essentially more fiber in the diet. The other aspect, we talked about microbiota. The other aspect that we need to touch about is sleep. Again, somebody's going to talk about it in a very big way. This is a complex diagram that I put up, but what we are actually saying is that lack of sleep increases the pro-inflammatory cytokines and makes you more prone to cancer. It is mediated through a hormone called melatonin, which is produced in the pineal gland. What is very interesting is it's not just the sleep, but actually the light and darkness that is more important. So if you are not asleep, but if you have your lights off at the regulated time, you're not in a well lit room, melatonin behaves as if you're actually sleeping. So it's not just the lack of sleep, but actually the light and day phenomena that you should focus on. Before I close, all these things are extremely good. They are new and they're extremely important. I'm not taking it away from our cancer specialists or oncologists, but for the layperson in the group, I would like to stress on, just 30 seconds, please. Stress on 3 or 4 important questions they must ask. Before they accept a medical treatment that is recommended, please ask, is the phase 3 trial over? I won't go into the phases of trials, but it is established that before you actually exhibit the treatment to a given patient, it must have come through a positive phase 3 trial. What is the response rate? How many people really respond? I mean, I'm not here to say what percentage should respond, but to my mind, if I want the treatment for myself, I think 60 to 70% must respond. Many of the treatments that are on offer today will have 20, 25% response. It's for you to check whether you are okay with 25% or whether you want 70%. I can tell you for sure, I want 70%. What is the disease-free survival and overall survival? Disease-free survival is how long am I going to live with the treatment versus without the treatment, without the detection of new disease. But my simple question to all my colleagues and all my patients, how does it matter how long you live? Disease-free survival is less important to me than overall survival. If my overall survival is going to be 2 to 3 months more than without treatment, why do I need the treatment? So please ask these questions. And of course, quality of life. QOL is quality of life. If I'm going to live 3 or 4 months longer with my chemotherapy or immunotherapy, and if 2.5 months of those 3 months are spent in hospital, why do I need it? So let us be very practical about it for the non-doctors in the group. And of course, even to my doctor colleagues, I think we should always be asking these questions before we offer these new, essentially good and important, I'm not taking it away from it, before we offer these treatments to our patients. And of course, cost is an extremely important issue. Thank you very much for your patient listening.
Thank you, Dr. Lakshman, for simplifying the complex subject of immunity. In the interest of the general public, I'd just like to ask you one question. Very often, patients diagnosed with cancer do ask, is it safe to consume immunity boosters? I think a lot of ads they do see on the messaging platforms and online, and those diagnosed with cancer do want to take it along with or instead of the standard treatment. What would you advise to these patients?
I have a very strong view about it. I think what's out there on the net has nothing to do with reality. A lot of it. It may be a very sweeping, scathing statement, but we in medicine today follow what is called evidence-based practice. Dr. Ramesh alluded to that very, very clearly. And we have to ask ourselves whether a statement that is made out there on the net or even by your own doctor, whoever it is, whichever specialist or whatever, wherever you go, you have to have in mind whether there is evidence for that recommendation or not. If there isn't a good quality evidence, I do not think you should take it. Not causing harm is not enough in my view. It should actually do good. So unless you have clear evidence for two things, A, doing good, and B, an even more stronger evidence for not doing harm, I do not think you should take any medication.
Thank you, sir. I suppose we can conclude that when we go for treatment, better to go for evidence-based treatment, and other times better to adopt lifestyle changes to prevent cancer. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lakshman. Thank you, Dr. Medha Shugara. Our next speaker for the topic is Dr. Parul Shukla. His topic would be colorectal cancer prevention. It's a very, very important topic, one of the most killer cancers. He's an endowed professor of surgery from the Yusuf Hamid Professor of Surgery at the Weill Cornell Medical College in New York. He's also the medical director of the GI Surgical Unit and the vice chief section of colon and rectal cancer at New York Presbyterian Weill Cornell Medical Center.
To moderate the session, I would like to invite Dr. Kalaivani. She's Associate Professor of Surgery at MS Ramaiah Medical College. She is Executive Committee member at the Karnataka State Chapter of Association of Surgeons of India. She's been a past president of Surgical Society of Bangalore. So I would request Dr. Kalaivani to come and moderate the session, and Dr. Parul to take up the next topic for the discussion.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I thank Dr. Nanda and SPOC for this opportunity given. Well, this is a very interesting topic, which Dr. Parul Shukla will be discussing on prevention of colorectal cancer. I think with the westernization of our diet, the incidence of colorectal cancer is increasing in our country. So I think diet plays a major role in prevention of colorectal cancer. Maybe invite Dr. Parul Shukla.
Sure. Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Welcome, Doctor.
Thank you. Once again, I'm asking you, can you hear me?
Yeah. We can hear you, Doctor.
Okay.
Please.
So thank you very much for the kind invitation to Dr. Nanda, Rajneesh, and the other organizers. It is 7:20 in the morning here in New York. I woke up at 5:30 and I've been following the inaugural function and all the talks preceding mine. Very interesting. I think this is something very important, and especially because I've now seen both sides of working as a surgical oncologist. I used to work at the Tata Cancer Center in Bombay. I spent 10 years there. And then the last 10 years I've been in New York. And it has been a fascinating journey for me to see the surgical treatment remains similar, but the approach to treatment, especially approach to prevention, is very different. And the one important, and I want to keep some time for discussion, so I'm going to stick within my time, hopefully well within my time, which has been allotted to me, is that the interesting thing is that the fact that a lot of the population in America is insured, medically insured, and medical insurance pays for what they believe is important preventive healthcare. So for example, someone who's 50 years old can get a cardiac health checkup, a PSA test, a colonoscopy. Women can get mammographies. You can get 6 monthly dental checkups. These are extremely important in prevention, something which I have learned and noticed. And the result of that is downstream. When you see patients who have been diagnosed with cancer, you might actually see patients with early stage. So that has been the highlight of the difference in my practice in Bombay and in New York. So the reason why we are talking about colorectal cancer today is because it is in the top 5 cancers worldwide. If you look at 2020, colon and rectal cancers accounted for the third most number of new cases of cancers around the world. When we look at the causes of death, colorectal cancer rises to number 2, because where breast cancer was number 1, the good news is in breast cancer, the number of deaths happening is lower than the other cancers in the top 5. Also, what is happening is the world is aging. The population around the world is luckily longevity is growing, but we also know that age remains a very major risk factor for getting cancer. So as professionals treating cancer and hoping one day to basically not have cancers and just preventing it, we have to be prepared for increasing numbers, and our health systems can be very much burdened by this increasing number of patients. So when we look at the number of cancer deaths, unfortunately, a skewed proportion of deaths happen in countries which are not rich. And also because patients present with late stage and there is not much of access to diagnosis and treatment, outcomes can be poor. What we also don't see and very cleanly in front of our eyes as health professionals is the amount of economic cost cancer treatment does on the health systems. So risk factors remain very similar to many other cancers, and you're going to hear about this throughout this conference. The use of tobacco, the use of alcohol, unhealthy diet, and I'm happy to discuss that when we have some time after my talk, and physical inactivity. So these are what are controllable risk factors. You can control your diet. You can avoid or reduce the amount of meat you're eating. You can increase the exercise you're doing. You can address your weight. You can stop smoking. And you can drink alcohol in moderation or less. So these are controllable risk factors. But there are also risk factors which are uncontrollable. For example, aging is a natural process. As we age, the risk of having a cancer rises. There has been an increasing rate in colorectal cancers in younger people. And this has been, in the US, what has happened is the level of colorectal cancer has shown a slight decline in the last 2 to 5 years, but the number of colorectal cancers in younger people is steeply increasing. So that is something which we need to address. What you also cannot control, or we cannot control, is having a family history of a genetic disorder which may create a colon or rectal cancer. And if you have a personal history of cancer, that also is a risk factor for getting a colorectal cancer. And if you have Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis, that is another risk factor, which unfortunately you can't control at this time. When there is family history of cancer, and this is where it's important to talk, I know in India, we are not as secretive about our health problems within our family and close relatives. But over here in the West, people do tend to be very, hold their privacy in great importance. So they won't talk about their health problems with close relatives. Recently, I had a patient who's 38 years old, operated for a cancer. And then when he got discharged, 3 or 4 days later, we got a call from his wife saying, oh, we just found out that his maternal uncle also had a similar cancer and his son had a cancer. And so suddenly the whole family history surfaced, which they had no idea until this time. So it's important to talk. If somebody has a health problem in the family, try to drill down what age was that? What was it? What happened? What treatment did they get? It might be helpful for you or your relatives. In genetic causes, there is a syndrome called the Lynch syndrome, and this is the most common form of hereditary colorectal cancer. But again, if you look at the numbers, it's only responsible for 3% of colorectal cancers. Familial polyposis is another genetic cause. So together, when we look at Lynch syndrome and FAP, it's not going to contribute more than 5 to 10% of colorectal cancers. So the overwhelming cancers in colorectal cancers are actually coming, which are having no genetic predisposition, which means that they could be preventable cancers. And that is important. So if you have any genetic history, the easy way is to do genetic testing. A blood sample is drawn, or if you've had a biopsy from your polyp or your cancer, that is tested in the labs. And usually it takes around 10 days in most labs to give you a very detailed genetic analysis of what your genotype is, what risk you have, and whether it triggers testing for your siblings and your children as well. So knowing about genetic changes also impacts on the treatment of cancer. For example, if you know somebody has a genetic reason for a cancer, you might actually offer them an altered surgical plan as compared to just a segmental resection of a cancer. So how do we reduce the cancer burden? And this is done by avoiding risk factors, by existing evidence-based prevention strategies. And we basically want to find cancers even before they become cancers. And luckily for colorectal cancers, we actually have a model which is called the adenoma carcinoma model. So you have a precancerous model which can be detected, and that is important for us to stress to our patients. Early diagnosis of cancer is also very important because you can actually cure someone by a limited resection or by whatever means of standard evidence-based standard therapies required for that particular cancer. In colorectal cancer, for now, the standard treatment for early cancers is surgical resection. And in stage 1 and 2 cancers, patients are cured. So when we talk of early diagnosis, it has 3 components: being aware of the symptoms, having access to clinical evaluation diagnostic services, and of course, being referred timely for treatment. Coming to this very important part, and my talk is really focused on prevention, and this is what prevents cancers from happening in the colon and rectum. So screening programs are very important. Patient selection for screening program is also important. And some other examples of screening are the pap smear, the mammography, and for my talk, relevant is colonoscopy. But it has to be having a good quality assurance. So you'd want to get a screening test where you don't miss the pre-cancers or the cancers. So if someone has an average risk, which means you've never had polyps or cancer, you should start screening for colorectal cancer at 45. If you have a family history, or if you have a personal history of colon polyps or cancer, colonoscopy is the only test which is required. You cannot rely on doing stool tests. On the other hand, there are some fecal DNA tests available. I'm not sure whether Cologuard is available in India now, but Cologuard is available over here in the US. It is inferior to a colonoscopy, but it is an alternative in patients who might be on blood thinners, who have a mortal fear of having a colonoscopy and will not get one done. So you have certain options, but of course, it's not the first option which we want to offer our patients. There is level 1 evidence. This is from the NEJM several years ago, which actually proves that colonoscopies prevent colon cancer deaths. And I'm sure either you or your children have seen this movie. This was a 43-year-old young, healthy male in the prime of his career, unfortunately dying of advanced colorectal cancer, which could have been prevented by a simple colonoscopy. So cancer risk can be reduced by not using alcohol, maintaining a healthy body weight, eating a healthy diet, doing physical activity, and avoiding more than moderate use of alcohol. In summary, prevention of colorectal cancer is healthy living, screening, early referral, and consultation. So thank you for this opportunity to participate. I'll end with this photograph. These are 2 ladies who are both over 100 years old. I was fortunate enough to be able to operate upon them successfully, but not all of our patients are going to be as lucky and lead such a long life as they have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Parul Shukla. That was really short and very apt. And if there is any question from the audience to Dr. Parul. Dr. Parul, just a point on the diet. Now, as I mentioned in the beginning, there is a rise in westernization of our lifestyle and also the diet. So how exactly it has an impact on our diet? Though you have mentioned a few things, something specific, because we have non-doctors too in this crowd.
Yes, I think a lot has been made of people being a vegetarian, and that's being healthy. Vegetarian people also get colorectal cancer. So that's not the solution. But the solution is avoiding red meats in any sort of large amounts, smoked foods. And if we look at the pattern of colorectal cancers within the Far East, so a decade or 2 decades ago, Korea and Japan were behind Europe, Western Europe, and America in their colorectal cancer incidence. But that has switched. Japan and Korea, South Korea now actually have the highest growing colorectal cancers in the world. And that's primarily because they have also adopted a different eating lifestyle, the introduction, possibly 2 meals a day with red meat, alcohol consumption, smoking. So smoking is going down in Western countries, smoking is going up in some Eastern countries. So there's a lot of movement in lifestyle associated. I think your question is right. I don't have a direct answer, but healthy eating, I think eating fresh vegetables, fruits, salads. I don't think eating chicken or fish is harmful. Red meats in large amounts certainly has been shown to be associated with colorectal cancer.
Thank you, doctor. As Sir has mentioned, yes, now that you brought Japan into this discussion, we have the scientist Yoshinori Ushumi, who has done research in diet on fasting, which talks about autophagy. Autophagy is nothing but when the Indians used to fast once in every 15 days, that is on Ekadashi, means fasting causes the normal cells to kill the abnormal growth or the abnormal cancerous cells that grows. So this is the theory behind fasting, and that is autophagy, for which the Japanese scientist wins Nobel Prize in 2016. And we should be proud of our tradition. However, we should also feel bad that we are not following this tradition of our country. So that's what mentions, and you've added to that. And most of it, as Dr. Ramesh was, yes, sir.
I don't have the advantage of seeing the people in the crowd there, but I have one very important question for everybody there. And I'm sure most of the crowd may be younger to me, but they might be over 45 years of age. Can you have a show of hands if you have had a colonoscopy? If you're 45 and over, can you please tell me if anybody in the crowd has had a colonoscopy?
Yeah, there's one hand, 2 hands raising here for colonoscopy. 3 hands. 3 hands.
That's great. And I should add my own hand to that because it's important. Now, coming to my personal story, I'm a vegetarian. My maternal grandfather had a colon cancer, which was operated when I was in school. And of course, I thought my risk is minimal. I underwent a colonoscopy at the age of 50 because I tell this to my patients all the time. And I had a small adenoma, which was removed. So it goes to show that even if we think that Indians don't have this risk, I'm a vegetarian, there is always no harm in getting a screening test, which has been proven. We spend 5,000 or 10,000 rupees on many, many different things without thinking. This is an investment in your health. A normal colonoscopy for 10 years, you have nothing to worry. I would say that would be my message.
Thank you. Thank you for that message. So there is a question in the audience, sir, to you.
Yes,
please. It was a great talk, sir, actually. So my question is related to what you just said. What's the age you would recommend that everyone go for colonoscopy? And the second question is, are there any imaging tests for colorectal screening? I'm Geeta from Bangalore.
Yes, no, thank you for your question. So The age previously was 50 for someone who had average risk of for colorectal cancer. That has now been brought down to 45. The American gastroenterology recommendations. I don't know having worked in India for so long, I mean, most of us used to say that GI cancers are low in India. We eat haldi, we are all safe, we are vegetarian most of the times. But having said that, I think 45 is a reasonable age. If there is a history of having colorectal cancer in the family, then you have to start sooner, because those cancers do develop sooner. And coming to the other question, it's called a virtual colonoscopy. It's a CT colonography. So it's a CT scan which is done where some contrast and air using for a double contrast is basically given as an enema into the rectal area, and then you undergo a CT scan. If done correctly, it can actually pick up polyps which are possibly 5 or 8 millimeters in size. But the disadvantage of CT colonography is you can't remove those polyps or you can't sample it. So clearly it is a modality which is available, but I think if I had to recommend it, I would always say, unless there's a real good reason, colonoscopy is the way to go.
Thank you, sir. There's another question.
Hello,
Shall we,
sir.
or-
As a common man, how can we know that we are having colon cancer?
I think the chances of having colon cancer are extremely low for someone who is asymptomatic, healthy, and no family history. But what is important is, and there are so many cancer surgeons in the audience there. I heard, of course, Nanda is there, and Somasekhar, and so many other people are there. The one thing which you don't want to ignore is a change in your normal patterns. If for any reason you start having changes in your bowel habits, which for years have remained the same, and then for around a few weeks, things have started getting different, you notice a little blood in the stool, this cannot be ignored. Anything deviating from normal, if it is persistent, is a sign that something is going on, you need to check it. If you wait for symptoms to develop, unfortunately, cancers are too advanced. So you want to catch them when you have those very subtle signs that something is possibly going on. Let me just get it checked out.
Thank you, sir. For lack of time, for some more questions, as you all can interact with the surgeons over here. Thank you very much for that wonderful discussion, sir. And I would like to end by reiterating on what Dr. Ramesh said. Let's get back to the hand-pound rice and the unpolished food, and let's have more fiber in our food. As the traditional medicine always says, the route of entry for all diseases in the body is the stomach. Let's keep our GIT clean. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Parul and Dr. Kalaivani, for a nice, wonderful, interactive session. Now we'll move on to our next session. The topic of the next session is mechanism of mutations in human cells due to viruses. Speaker for this session is Dr. Santosh, who's an oral disease educator and researcher in the field of oral and maxillofacial pathology, focusing on investigation and diagnosis of oral diseases. Dr. Santosh is employed at School of Dentistry, the University of West Indies, Jamaica. He has researched, his research is mainly aims on oral health and oral diseases, and the focus is to produce socially accountable research. He served as a guest editor for 2 times in dental clinics of North America and published whole issue books titled Clinical Microbiology for the General Dentist and Oral Diseases for the General Dentist. I would like to invite Dr. Vineet Gupta for moderating the session. We know Dr. Vineet Gupta very well now. We have heard him in the beginning of the session. So I would like to, Dr. Santosh is, virtually. So Dr. Santosh and Dr. Vineet to take on the session, please.
Dr. Santosh, welcome. Thank you for joining us. viral induced cancers account for 13 to 20% of all cancers known to mankind, starting from cervical cancer to head and neck cancers have implications which are far and deep. So it would be perfect to hear from Dr. Santosh, who has done phenomenal amount of work trying to understand the mutational burden that comes with a viral infection. Thank you for being here, Dr. Santosh. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. We would like to thank the conference SPOC organizing members for this wonderful opportunity to talk on the mechanism of mutations in human cells due to viruses. Myself, Dr. Santosh, I'm oral and maxillofacial pathologist at the School of Dentistry, and my co-presenter is Dr. Ram Shetty, who is a medical doctor and medical educator at Department of Basic Medical Sciences. We both are from Faculty of Medical Sciences, the University of West Indies, Mona campus, Jamaica. So our aim of the presentation today to cover all the background of the virus and viral oncogenesis and the scope for the biomedical sciences in viral oncogenic studies and the transmission of oncogenic viruses, different types of viral oncogenesis, mechanism of oncogenesis by DNA and RNA viruses, and various HPV, EBV, and Kaposi sarcoma, hepatitis B virus, HTLV virus. However, due to the time restriction, we are going to speak about only the viral oncogenesis, the mechanism, and we will give the full presentation in an extended version of the video. To start with the introduction, a large number of agents causes a genetic damage and induce neoplastic transformation of the cells, like viruses or any other microorganisms. Association of microbial as a cause in oncogenesis termed as microbiological carcinogenesis or biological carcinogenesis. Oncogenic virus and some other microbes are documented to cause cancer. Virus that involve in the cause and development and progression of the cancer is termed as viral oncogenesis. Those viruses which produce tumors in their natural host or in the experimental animals, or that can induce the malignant transformation of cells in culture, is termed as oncogenic viruses. Virus can transmit through the vertical transmission, which means that mother to child, and the horizontal transmission, that is when infection passes from one person to another person by direct contact, as occurs in most contagious disease or unprotected sex or sexual intercourse. And the next third one is the inoculation, as done in the experimental animals for research purpose. The scope for the biomedical sciences in viral oncogenic studies are that the tumor virus can transform cells in vitro or induce tumors in experimental animals. That is a major scope. So we can study about the role of virus in the cancer. In some tumors, virus are natural cause of cancer in animals. Therefore, it is logical for us to assume that the virus play an important role in the etiology of human cancer. Biomedical researchers provide a simple but powerful model system to analyze the molecular biology of eukaryotic cells and try to understand its path of invasion and path of evasion of some of the oncogenic mechanism, and in particularly in the molecular basis of cell transformation, and the drugs and the therapy can be targeted in the item-specific manner. All right. The next we are going to speak about the virus. In order to tell what's happening here in this presentation, the viral oncogenesis to understand is, number one is that viral entry occurs, and number two is that there is a viral replication, and then oncogenic activation to cause mutation. This is a short summary of whole presentation. Let's see how it happens. The types of viral oncogenesis is that we have two types of oncogenic virus, DNA oncogenic virus and RNA oncogenic viruses. In DNA oncogenic virus, we have papovirus, herpes virus, and pox virus. In RNA virus, most important is retrovirus and HTLV virus. Unfortunately, due to the restriction of time, we cannot go through everything in detail. We go through with the most important ones like a papillomavirus, HPV, and Epstein-Barr virus. Our extended video, as I mentioned, you will have the information about it. You can watch it. So mechanism of oncogeny by DNA virus and RNA virus is totally different. So let us see what happens with DNA virus. The first stage is stage of viral infection, and the second stage is the stage of replication of the virus. The third stage is a stage of viral integration, and the fourth stage is a stage of malignant transformation. So what happens in stage of infection is the entry of the virus into the host cell by any mode of the transmission, as we spoke, vertical, horizontal, or inoculation. In stage of replication, virus replicate in the host cell with the consequent lysis of infected cells and breaks down into small viral particles called as virions. Whereas in the stage of virus integration, this is where the viral DNA integrate with the host cell DNA, and the genomic oncogenic DNA virus integrate into the host cell and causes a stable association with the host cell genome. So in this integration, there is an association of host cell genome into viral genome. And in the fourth stage is a stage of malignant transformation, which is that the integrated virus results in malignant transformation of host cell. This is established by means of expression of a specific protein called as a T protein, which is a transforming protein. And that is when the oncogenic cascade will start, and it will try to escape the hallmarks of the oncogenic pathway, and it can cause a mutation of the cell. I'm going to show you some schematic representation of this presentation. So let us say the DNA virus with the envelope is here, and it's trying to invade into the host cell. You can see this is a host cell, and the virus is trying to invade. Once it invades, what happens is that the viral genomic material gets into the cytoplasm of the host cell, and then we can see this star mark here. This is a T cell antigen is expressed after the infection. So once it is expressed, what it is able to do, it is able to, the viral genomic material able to get into the nucleus of the human cell. And from there, it can start into small replications and when it occurs in the small particles and lysis of the cell, and there is a virions are produced. And these virions comes out by the host cell lysis or breakdown of the host cell. Over a subsequent period of time, the oncogenic activation occurs. That is when the host cell genomic material is, I can see the genomic material is being changed into viral genomic material. And that is when we call as a altered cell or transformed cell or mutated cell or cancer cell. So what happens in mechanism of RNA virus oncogenesis? RNA virus, the retrovirus contains 2 identical strands of RNA and reverse transcriptase enzyme. So reverse transcriptase enzyme is because RNA virus, in order to get into the host cell DNA, it needs an enzyme so that it can convert something into the DNA. So reverse transcriptase is an RNA dependent DNA synthesis. It acts as a template to synthesize a single strand of matching viral DNA. The single strand of viral DNA is then copied by a DNA-dependent DNA synthesis enzyme to form a complementary DNA strand. So that helps the formation of double-stranded DNA, that is we call as a DSV DNA. In simple words, we call it as a provirus. Provirus is then integrated into DNA of the host cell genome and may transform the cell into transformed cells or altered cells or a neoplastic cell. The viral replication begins after integration of provirus into the host cell genome. Integration results in the transcription of the proviral genes into messenger RNA, which forms the components of virus particles. The virion core protein is formed by the GAG gene. The reverse transcriptase is formed from the pole gene, and glycoprotein is formed from the envelope gene. So there is 3 components of viral particles, and these are assembled at the plasma membrane of the host cell. So, and then the virus particles are released by budding of phenomenon from the plasma membrane. So the 3 particles are, number 1, as you see, the outermost coverage is the envelope gene, producing the glycoprotein. And then the GAG gene helps in producing a core protein, and then you have the pole gene producing reverse transcriptase. This is the 3 important contents of RNA virus. So let us go schematically now. You have the 3 component RNA virus, which is trying to invade the host cell now. Once it is able to, RNA virus is now able to get into the host cell by means of plasma fusion. And then once it enters into the plasma fusion, the plasma membrane, and what happens is that the reverse transcriptase enzyme is being expressed, and that is able to help to copy the DNA that is inside the host cell genome, and there will be a formation of a single-stranded DNA. So once this single-strand DNA is formed, then what happens? The virus is able to produce a DNA synthase material or the molecule. From the DNA synthase molecule, there is a second complementary copy of the viral DNA is being produced. So then what happens is now the provirus is formed, and this provirus will be expressing into the nucleus of the host cell. So then it will start replicating within the host cell, and the virus will be able to come out of the host cells in the form of budding virions. So all these stages, as I say, the viral entry to viral replication. At this stage, it is infected cell and it is able to multiply. There is no oncogenic activation at this stage. I'll explain you how the oncogenic activation occurs. The molecular mechanism believed to be responsible for activating the benign proto-oncogene. The mechanism might involve in the loss of normal regulation, hence the gene is expressed at the wrong time during the cell cycle. These activation are by transduction by retrovirus, insertional mutagenesis, translocation, gene amplification, and mutation. We'll see what it is. Transduction, meaning the recombination between retrovirus and cellular gene of the host cell, can introduce a cellular gene into viral genome where it can be replicated and transmitted like a viral gene. So this is what we saw in the schematic picture. Insertional mutagenesis is an overexpression of the proto-oncogene may occur as a result of newly provided strong transcriptional promoter or enhancer. There's a new additional base pair of the original sequence. That is why we call it insertional mutagenesis. Translocation, as we all know that it's a very simple term, is a chromosomal translocation occurs that removes a proto-oncogene from its normal regulatory sequence. Because of the translocation, the cell will abnormally behave than its normal function. Gene amplification is an increase in copy number, results in a decreased amount of the gene product. This is related to the later step in neoplastic transformation rather than in the initiation. Once there is abnormal cell has been formed, then there will be amplification, and that is how the growth of the monoclonality increases. Mutation is the alteration in the structure of the gene product occurred due to the deletion or mutation, which changes in the function of the protein. So, as we all know that this cycle, we all have read or gone through it, is most important hallmark of the cancer. So we spoke about a viral replication. In order to start an oncogenic activation, the virus should be able to either capture one or many of these features, which we call as the hallmarks of cancer. One, growth suppressor evasion, and the next thing is immune evasion and replicatory immortality, inflammation, invasion or metastasis, sustained angiogenesis, genetic instability, evasion of the apoptosis, dysregulated energetics, sustained proliferation, or failure to cause a DNA repairing mechanism. Most of the virus starts from the escaping from the evasion of the apoptosis or failure to get a DNA repair. So let me give a classical example of human papillomavirus. 70 genetically distinct types of HPV, like a 1, 2, 4, 7, etc., have been identified. HPV infects primarily by the epithelial cell. Most of the virus has a special affinity towards some cells, whereas in HPV it is an epithelial cell. Some of the lesions by HPV are oral squamous cell papilloma or squamous cell papilloma caused by HPV 6 and 11, Verruca vulgaris, common wart, 1, 2, 4, 7, and 57 types. These are low risk again. Condyloma acuminatum 2, 6, 11, 16, 18, 31, 33, 35 types. Focal epithelial hyperplasia, HPV 13 and 32. Carcinoma of cervix is by the high risk type of virus, which is a HPV 16 and 18. How does it occur by the transmission? It's a orogenital contact, mouth-to-mouth contact, auto-inoculation, and vertical transmission, that is mother to child. So you have a benign and a malignant version, that is a low risk and high risk version. The HPV genome is maintained in an episomal pattern in a non-integrated form, meaning which is not getting the human cell genome. Whereas in malignant part, what happens, the viral DNA usually integrates to the host cell genome and causes some kind of malignancy. And we are going to see that once it integrates, what are the changes it occurs in the host cell and what path it takes to what type of oncogenic activation it causes a malignancy. We are going to slowly see some schematic picture. Integration of viral DNA is important in a malignant transformation. The viral DNA is interrupted constantly in the process of integration. It always occurs at the level of E1, that is episomal 1, episomal 2, and OORF of the viral genome. E2 region of viral DNA normally represses, meaning inhibits the transcription of E6 and E7. These E6 and E7 interaction causes a overexpression of the E6 and E7 proteins of HPV 16 and 18 types. Oncogenic potential of 16 and 18 can be related to E6 and E7 proteins. Why it is so important? Once we identify these are the location, we can probably try our targeting our medications towards those things. Replication of DNA virus is dependent on replication of the host cell. So E6 and E7 act to overcome the activity of cell cycle inhibitors, so that it can be able to replicate. So how does it happen? E6 binds to the normal P53 of the human system, which causes the degradation of P53. This is a tumor suppressor gene. Unfortunately, this particular virus can identify the path to degrade the P53. And E7 binds to the retinoblastoma gene, which causes the degradation of retinoblastoma gene of the human cell. E7 interferes with the P53 transcription activity and inactivation of P21. E6 and E7 block P53 and retinoblastoma cell cycle suppression pathways. So let us see the human papillomavirus. E6 binds to the P53, causes the degradation of P53. What is happening here? Evasion of apoptosis.
1 minute, sir. If you could,
so there's no normal cell
round
death
up the
occurs.
question.
So virus is able to sustainably grow by escaping from the cellular death. Whereas the E7 actually binds to the retinoblastoma gene through RBE2F factor, and there is a degradation of the retinoblastoma gene, and there is a cell cycle restriction is been escaped. So these infected and keeps on proliferating. At one point of time, there is a mutation occurs by the translocation of the chromosomes. Concurrent with these changes, viral genes inhibit an important antigen-presenting pathways. Hence, recognition by the cytotoxic T lymphocytes is reduced, and those cells can escape from the normal apoptosis mechanism. Tumor progression involves a mutation in P53, defects affecting the P14, ARF, and MDM2, P53, and inactivation of P16 ink protein. So let us say now you know that now the lantamembrane protein attaches to the CD40, and there is a proliferation. Here it is something like a inflammatory growth. It's just
that was Dr.
polyclonal
Santosh.
growth.
Dr. Santosh from the West Indies. Well, they are known to place a lot of bouncers, and we've sure had a good amount of bouncers and body liners from the West Indies. So now, without much ado, we'll just go on to the next speaker. We have another heavyweight champion who's, we have Dr. M. Vijay Kumar. He's a professor, surgical oncology. He's a vice chancellor of Yanapoya Medical College and Yanapoya University. His topic is lifestyle factors causing mutations. The chemical carcinogens, radiation exposure, smoking, cell phones, cooking utensils. Now, what about our microwaves? What about our non-stick cookware? Can these cause cancer? Well, let's have a look. And the moderator for this particular session is our dear Dr. Nanda Rajneesh. She doesn't need much of an introduction, of course. Is Dr. Vijay Kumar?
Yes, I'm there. Good evening. Can I start?
Yes, sir, please.
You're able to see my slides? Hello?
Your slides, sir.
You're able to see the slides?
Yes, sir, we can see. Can you hear us?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I'm able to hear. I'll start.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah.
Very good evening to all of you. At the outside, I sincerely thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to be meeting you all, albeit virtually. My special thanks to Dr. Nanda Rajneesh for coming out actually boldly with this conference at this period of time. Let us quickly see the keywords in the given topic and proceed. And anyway, my previous speaker has spoken so much on mutation, but still I was told this is going to be a mixed audience. I thought everything, I'll make it simple. Let us see how the interaction goes on. What is mutation? What is mutation? Mutation is a change of the structure of the gene, resulting in a variant from which may be transmitted to subsequent generations. This may be caused by removal of a part of it, that's called deletion, by adding a part of it, that's called insertion, by rearrangement, and that one of the examples is translocation. And any agent which is capable of doing this is called as mutagenic. Now, how the cancer is now being introduced into the genetic part of it, one may be asking. In a way, it is a genetic disease. As the previous speaker spoke, every cell has got an oncogene, which is innocuously sitting there as proto-oncogene, which is regulating the normal cell growth. In the same cell, we have another cell gene sitting there and trying to control it, and that is called as tumor suppressor gene. Oncogene is regulating the growth, and the tumor suppressor gene is regulating the oncogene, what it should function. In a jovial way, I used to tell my PGs for remembering, it's like old-time couple, the jumping husband being tamed by the innocuous-looking wife. That's how the balance is maintained in the normal growth. But when the balance is tilted in favor of the oncogene, then the tumor occurs. This happens by either increasing the activity of the oncogene or augmenting or enhancing, or on the other hand, by removing simply the activity of the tumor suppressor gene. In essence, it has to tilt in favor of oncogene, then the abnormal, uncontrolled, purposeless growth occurs, which is called as cancer. All carcinogenic activity ultimately work through this process. What are carcinogens? This is another terminology. Any agent which is capable of increasing the incidence of malignant neoplasm, in simple words, which can induce cancer, is called as a carcinogen. Then what is the relationship between a mutagen and carcinogen, one may ask. All carcinogens need not be mutagenic. For example, alcohol. Alcohol is carcinogenic, but it is not mutagenic. It is not going to act through mutagenesis. But most of the other, like radiation, smoking, etc., they are carcinogenic. And that is the relationship between mutagenesis and carcinogenesis, and hence this interest on us. The effect of carcinogen is related to dose, that is the amount, then the route, then the length of exposure, genetic susceptibility, which makes the case for the carcinogenicity. As on today, about 400 carcinogenic agents have been identified. If time permitted, I would have talked about perceval parts, how we correlated the suit of the chimney workers with the scrotal cancer. And we'll quickly go on to the carcinogen types. The carcinogens, that is the agents which can cause carcinogenesis, can be biological. For example, bacteria like H. pylori can cause stomach cancer. Viral carcinogen has been already covered nicely by my previous speaker. There are physical agents, there are chemical agents, which we'll see quickly. But kindly note, the most important factor is an environmental factors which are creating the nuisance. And that is what most of the cancers are due to, which are all modifiable factors is the point. If you look at the chemical carcinogens, they act by two ways. One, by altering the genetic material, and that we call it as genotoxic. They damage the DNA adducts, and thereby the DNA strand break and then cause mutation. Example would be a very classical one, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons or aromatic amines. But they can work through the other way also, which does not impact DNA, by simply promoting the tumor growth and the progression of the disease. And these agents have to work effectively, require an enzymatic action, which is called as bioactivation. And this bioactivation and enzymatic action is variable in different people. And that explains why some get cancer with the same exposure and some don't. The heterocyclic amines, for example, can cause breast, colon, liver, skin, and prostate cancer, whereas the polycyclic aromatase hydrocarbons result in leukemia and GI cancers. One of the most important, the chemical carcinogen for our times, which has been well studied and established, is tobacco. And tobacco today is considered as a total carcinogen. One may ask why. Certain chemicals, they may initiate an action, but they require some more chemicals or viruses to come in as co-carcinogen to continue with their process of creating a normal cell to transform the cell. Whereas tobacco has got self-sufficient chemicals which can initiate, promote, and progress, and thereby causing cancer. And so we call it as total carcinogen is tobacco. The alarming issue here is 1 out of 4 adult Indian today is using tobacco in some form or the other, be a rural person or an urban person, a man or a woman. In India, actually, the tobacco usage is alarmingly going high. We try to copy our Westerners for so many other things, but we don't want to copy here, where the USA cigarette smoking was 42% in 1965, which has now reduced to 16%. I think it is one place where we can copy them. Let us take tobacco. Why I said it's a total carcinogen, I explained, because it has got more than 19 known carcinogens, including the polycycline aromatase hydrocarbons. And we are the people who introduce to the whole world how to use tobacco without smoking, so-called smokeless tobacco. We are the highest users of smokeless tobacco in this world. And we are the second largest producers of tobacco, second largest maximum users of tobacco in the world. And all this can be changed. Otherwise, smoking is going to cause oral cancer, laryngeal cancer, bladder cancer, esophagus, cervical, leukemia, etc., etc. Including the passive smoking, poor person who doesn't smoke but takes the smoke passively also get breast cancer, for instance. The other chemical agents are related to industries and occupational hazards like arsenic in lung skin. And asbestos was causing lung and pleura, which has been banned from production today. And the benzene and amines, which are available in the paints and dyes, they can produce bladder cancer, for instance. Having seen chemical carcinogens too much, we will go to the next part, that is the physical carcinogens. We all have heard the word radiation. You know, everybody knows what is a radiation. For example, an X-ray or CT scan is using radiation, but that is man-made for medical purpose. That causes only to 20% of the time problems, whereas the naturally occurring radiation, radon gas and UV light causes more than 80% of the time causes trouble. To that extent, the second most important cause of lung cancer in India today, in US, is due to radon gas. How does this radiation cause cancer, you may ask? Two simple ways. You need not worry about the slide. It is too difficult to understand. In simple ways, it can act through the DNA by breaking one strand. The moment it is broken, the natural tendency is to do repair. And this repair mechanism, when it goes wrong, results in mutation, and mutation results in cancer. On the other hand, free radical formation occurs, which also causes damage, thereby causing cancer. These are the two methods radiation occurs. The next obvious question for anybody would be, what is the cancer risk in radiation? If you ask me, the epidemiological studies done in high dose exposure, like radiation workers, atomic bomb survivors from Hiroshima, Nagasaki, or Chernobyl victims where there is a disaster of the nuclear plant occurred long back, they did the studies. At the end of 20 years, thyroid cancer and leukemia could be detected in them. At the end of 50 years, even other solid tumors like breast and ovary, they started showing up, clearly proving a point that the high dose exposure, when they survive, they will develop cancer in one way or the other. Does that mean the low radiation exposure is safe? There are so many scientific models trying to explain, but in simple language today, the official view is no dose is safe. No dose is safe. The next point would be, we are giving radiation for treating cancer patients, and you are now sitting and talking radiation causes cancer. So when you are exposing the patients for cancer treatment with radiotherapy, will that cause cancer? Will be the logical question. The answer is yes, it can, but the incidence is very negligible. Because the children are more prone, we try avoiding to give radiotherapy to the children, thereby avoiding the occurrence of the second cancer due to radiotherapy. Next comes the ultraviolet rays, which are seen in the sunlight. It has got three wavelengths, A, B, C. The C is more damaging to DNA. But fortunately for us, as the light enters from outside in, it is absorbed by the ozone layer, which is around our atmosphere. Whenever there is a depletion of ozone layer, cancer risk goes up. And that is what is happening in places like Australia, where there is a depletion of ozone layer, thereby increasing the incidence of skin cancer, especially melanoma. This takes us to the next part, what Dr. Nanda has asked me to talk, cooking and cancer. In our usual style of cooking is boiling, either with the pressure cooker or otherwise. That doesn't take the temperature very high. Whereas the food which is cooked by smoking, which is called smoked food, grilled food, spicy and pickled food, the incidence of cancer is higher. People may ask why and how. The meat cooked in very high temperature results in breaking of the otherwise stable proteins into particles which are subparticles, and they are called as pyrolysins. Pyro means fire, lysin means broken. They are broken by high temperature, thereby they can create cancer. If you are going to grill or barbecue, then that muscle meat will produce two types of chemicals. One is the heterochemicals, the other one would be the polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons. From the amino acids, that is from the protein, you can get heterocycline amines. From the fat and juices, you can get polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons. Both result in cancer. So that is why they are talking about how cancer occurs in food. Then what are the tips to prevent cooking and cancer? One may ask. Avoid direct exposure of meat to open flame. Avoid high temperature cooking, for example, in microwave cooking. Avoid prolonged cooking times. Continuously turning meat reduces the HCA formation. Removing the charred portion of the meat and avoid gravy from meat drippings. And this has been, the last part has been touched by Dr. Praful. The red meat is considered to be carcinogenic. Red meat, in simple language, meat of the mammals. So you can avoid them, whereas the fish and poultry are better. Coming to the cooking utensils, you would have heard definitely non-stick pans, very popular among people. And this is non-stick because of the Teflon coating. And this Teflon coat is made up of chemicals from perfluorooctanoic acid, which is considered to be carcinogenic to humans. The IARC, again and again, you'll be hearing this conference, International Agency for Research in Cancer, housed at Lyons, France, work on all these carcinogenics and give the warnings. And they have clearly suggested that the perfluorooctanoic acid is possibly carcinogenic to humans, particularly to testes and kidney. So in 2015 itself, US has banned the manufacturing related to these chemicals. But I am very sure in India it continues. Next topic is the most important because I'm sure all of you sitting there and me carry at least one cell phone in our hand, maybe two. The question was raised whether brain and CNS cancers are raised because of the cell phone usage. Early in the study, a positive association came out, particularly from the Australia and Netherlands. Then there was a panic and a lot of epidemiologic studies they started doing. The incidence of gliomas, which is brain tumor, acoustic neuroma and meningioma, there is no change. And they started doing cohort studies in large group. Again, they said there is no positive association. Some of the large studies which you can go and refer would be Interphone Danish Million Women Study. They said there is no association between cell phone usage and cancer. But as I said, IARC is trying to tell us that it is carcinogenic to humans. When the fear comes, then we'll have to ask, what are the tips to avoid? Use more landline phones is what the first line they are telling. Next one would be make it shorter conversations if you are doing through the phone. Both are not possible, sir. You are talking there, I am able to hear here. So the best would be hands-free technology. Keep the phone as away from the head of the user as possible. And that is the only practical way of keeping the cell phone away. Thereby, the very small but definite risk which the IARC is talking about, increase in CNS tumors, can be avoided. In the short time given, I thought I'll only give an overview and take questions if any. And thanks once again for the patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for an excellent presentation. You've always been a role model for me throughout my surgical career. And you very well explained how imbalances happen in the body. We know an yin-yang theory, it is one of the Chinese theories. It talks about whole universe is based on balance and imbalance. When there is an imbalance, there's a disaster. So in the body also, when there is an imbalance of extensive mutagenic things like tobacco or carcinogens, which are discussed in detail, all those things, then there is a huge imbalance and cancer can happen. Thank you very much, sir, for excellent lecture. But one more thing, holding a phone probably in the speaker mode, a lot of times maybe husband and wife will start fighting more because they may be talking about shopping to friends, and it happens a lot with my husband actually. That's why I'm saying I always talk on the speaker phone, and how much you want to speak, keep talking on the phone all the time. So,
very, very nicely is telling that preventing you from talking longer. That is one of my advice also, shorter conversations, which is
no,
very
my
difficult.
friends are scared. They always ask me a question.
Yeah. I didn't say speaker phone. Keep it away.
Yeah.
You can use a hands-free technology, meaning it may be wireless or wire.
No, my friends always ask me a question. Is your husband around? And then they don't want to speak certain things. So, yes. Sir.
So nice to hear the wives are still listening to this.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the day.
All right, yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Vijay Kumar, sir, and Dr. Nanda, madam. So we'll move on to the next session.
Yeah. Good evening. I am Dr. Vishwanath, consultant medical oncologist with Apollo Hospitals and one of the founding directors with SPOC. So it's my pleasure to invite one of the pioneers in interventional pulmonology, Dr. Ravindra Mehta, who is a senior interventional pulmonologist and chief of critical care at Apollo Hospitals, Jayanagar. And he was formerly the assistant professor of medicine at State University of New York at Brooklyn. And he is going to deliver a talk on interventional pulmonology, a new tool to prevent debility and prolonging life in lung and metastatic cancer. Welcome, Ravindra Mehta, sir, and look forward to your talk.
Moderator for this session is Dr. Sridhar PS. He's a senior consultant radiation oncologist at CG Hospital. He specializes in whole body stereotactic robotic radiosurgery, that is CyberKnife, and has a vast experience in neurological and benign tumors. He's trained in the whole body SBRT at Stanford University. Over to you, Dr. Sridhar and Dr. Ravindra Mehta.
Thank you. Sir, over to you. So you can start.
Yes, hi. Okay, let me just share my screen. Well, first of all, thank you very much, Dr. Vishwanath, for calling me to this forum. Am I audible clearly?
Yes, sir.
Am I audible? Okay, well, thank you so much. Well, after such lovely, interesting talks covering extremely widespread spectrum of where are we headed with this unusual disease and what's going on, we shift gears to something which is has come up in the last decade or so. Interventional pulmonology, a new tool to prevent debility and prolong life in lung and metastatic cancer. So it's a little lateral to the theme of the meeting, but at the same time, very, very relevant. And in the next 15 minutes, I hope to basically walk you through something which has, I think, made a big difference in the treatment approach and the management of these patients. So today's discussion is a little off the beaten path, as I said. Prevention has various shades indeed, and we'll go beyond the usual discussion. Ancillary aspects are preventing delay in diagnosis and complications, which I see is also the theme of several talks in this excellent meeting. And of course, came down to the fact that in this disease, can we introduce some recent solutions? And we're happy to say that ever since we trained to what we have now seen, just like surgeons often go through, the field has progressed with leaps and bounds in this regard. And we present some newer advances in clinical situations to exemplify this interesting paradigm. So this is a rather busy chart, but I don't want you to just go through it at length, but just to represent what is there out there, and there's more. Procedural pulmonology, or as maybe we'd like to call ourselves, interventional pulmonologists, it's a buzzword of the last decade and a half or 2 decades or so, is expanded its wings to multiple diagnostic areas, and it's, I think, a reflection of technology. A lot of these are now there, and most of them are there in India too. And by and large, I'll leave you with this phrase that all of these allow us to understand the need better to have the entity of comprehensive sampling for targeted therapy, which is what is the most important thing at this point. The bottom line in extremely simple terms is that we were lounging along while oncology was galloping ahead. And finally, we are rising to the occasion to try and meet the demand of what is required to both understand diseases and plan therapy for them from both a short and a long-term perspective. The most interesting aspect after that is the therapeutic aspect of the field, where we realized that the patients were dying before, they were not really doing well, and we were not able to prevent progression or give them appropriate therapy. Many things have come which have made a big difference in their management. Just to show you some of these modalities, obviously we won't go through all of them in the time given to us. Endobronchial ultrasound, which put a vision element to sampling of mediastinal lymph nodes, which became so important in both lung and metastatic cancer in the last decade or so, has revolutionized the approach, thinking, augmented the collaborative aspect, and given us avenues to understanding the disease of both lung cancer and metastatic cancer very, very comprehensively. And you can see that the visual aspect of putting a needle into say a mediastinal lymph node and then getting material like this with the core concept has actually augmented both diagnosis and comprehensive sampling, as we said. And this was nicely brought about a few years ago in this nice paper in Lancet Respiratory Medicine, which compared EBUS-TBNA to conventional care. They called it conventional diagnosis and staging, or CDS. And in this open label pragmatic study, they found out that the median time to treatment decision was shorter when EBUS was used, 14 days than with conventional care, which was 29 days, and made a clarion call and a standard recommendation that EBUS should be the cardinal treatment, the diagnostic therapy option to in the workup of these patients. And here technology, which took time to come, it took 2 decades because of the fact that air is a poor conductor of ultrasound, but technology was used appropriately to prevent delays in workup, which actually made a big difference to both approach therapy and prognosis. And then came the therapeutic aspects. A lot of people were looking at airway deobstruction, but it seemed to be more a procedure than actually validated by tons of data. But the logic was terrific. We knew that a lot of these patients will have airway compromise and pleural effusions, and consequences of infection, hemoptysis, the functional status going down, effusions which don't allow therapy and take down quality of life and ultimately impact longevity and healthcare resource utilization was a big deal. And so it came down to the fact that conventional options, obviously everything is lovely, but science is defined by new things which actually look at old thinking and use it better for patient care. And here conventional options were not doing too well. And the whole question came up that can we use the mechanical option here in these patients when they're not surgical candidates? Again, preventing and preempting are important. And so was it really something we could look at differently? And so this paper, which came again in the same year 2015 from Texas, looked at therapeutic bronchoscopy and came out with a very interesting paradigm. The authors candidly admitted that what we were doing had not much of data, and looked at a multi-center study where they looked at the lumen recanalization and obviously the consequences, the implications on dyspnea and quality of life. Large number of patients, and that's the lovely part of it. And here they found out that an unusual observation, but it made a lot of sense, and we've seen that practically too. Greater the baseline dyspnea, greater was the improvement in the patient's overall status if you did de-obstruction. So this was a patient population which we were writing off. They look very sick. They can't get conventional therapy. We were also not doing procedures with them because they can't go through anesthesia and procedures. And these patients were left to their fate. And so this paper set the stage for a higher level of understanding. Don't hold back bronchoscopy or therapeutic bronchoscopy, as patients with the most dyspnea and lowest functional status benefited the most. And so it was a big paradox. As I said, exactly the opposite was happening in practice, except for a few centers. Again, came down to the fact that if we can impact on this progression, we turn the clock back and make them both better functionally, less utilization of healthcare, and set the stage for multimodality therapy much more effectively. What tools did we have? The tools were going on for a long time. It's hot energy, cold energy, the mechanical scope, the balloons and the stents, pretty similar to other parts of the field such as cardiology and gastroenterology. And all of these had to be actually made more complex, made more user-friendly, and were more complex to deploy in the airway. And the airway is the only place where the anesthetist and the operator share a common working space. So that's the reason none of this stuff was happening. But now both practice and science was leaning towards the fact that this is very important from all points of view. And this is the science of stentology, how many of them came and so on. Finally, we have new generation stents which are doing very well, including the science of drug-eluting stents, which is trying to hit us, but will take some time. The same thing on the pleura. We basically had nothing between the pleural tap and thoracoscopy or VATS. And this pleuroscopy, medical thoracoscopy, done very simply by this tiny scope, was something which also was a game changer in the approach to pleural disease for all the reasons we talked about before. And so let's see some cases to exemplify some of these things in the time we have. The 62-year-old male with hemoptysis has a left upper lobe mass, and he requires, as you can see, for this mass and this set of lymph nodes, both a diagnosis as well as staging. And that's where EBUS has become very important. And EBUS here over here allowed visualization, allowed sampling to happen. And this came back as adenocarcinoma. Indeed, in the past, we would never look at lesions so carefully or think of both staging, appropriate sampling, and volume of sampling, so as to not only think of getting the material, but also working integratively with our oncology colleagues. Now, going to the therapeutic element, it becomes even more interesting. You can see this 59-year-old with adenocarcinoma gets massive hemoptysis, and there is a subcarinal node in this video. You can see the right main bronchus is good. Left main bronchus is in trouble. It's blocked. It's going to be a left complete lung collapse. Along with that, we have hemoptysis, and we are in trouble over here. In the past, it used to be radiate them. They're functionally bad. Try your best. But here comes interventional pulmonology and this bronchoscopy element we talked about. And through a rigid scope, you can see an operator here will go assess it better, and at the same time start using the multimodality instrument part of it. A balloon is used over here. After the balloon does its job, then ultimately a stent is used over there, and you can see how nicely it's not only de-obstructed it, allowed the distal airway to open up, which will lead to the lung expanding. At the same time, effectively control the hemoptysis, which was a major part of the patient's issues. So this is a case which exemplifies all the things we talked about. A 45-year-old here in the second situation with a history of asthma comes with dyspnea. Somewhere in the back, it's revealed also that he's got a workup of CA esophagus going on, and a CT scan shows that this is not asthma. This is actually stridor because of tracheal compression. The bronchoscopy part of it was alarming, concerning, and life-threatening, when you can see that there is no space left and this person may imminently not make it. So pretty bad situation over here. It is preempting everything. There is a critical situation. There can't be any further management. And then, of course, we basically went ahead and saw a lot of pus. So there's infection also, and pneumonia also is part of the spectrum. This is a Y-shaped metal stent which was put over there subsequently, much to the relief of the patient because it led to immediate relief of symptoms, extremely gratifying, improved the functional status, allowed discharge from the hospital, and allowed initiation of multimodality therapy. These stents are marketed in our country, and a good deal of us are doing this work very effectively. Similarly, in this 42-year-old with cough and dyspnea and in this horrible tracheal mass, you can see over here, this person is debilitated over here because of this tracheal mass. Things can't go on. It's either, just do conventional stuff or go and get a diagnosis and try and get some relief at the same time. And you can see as the operator has gone in with the bronchoscope, the mass is appreciated. The distal airway is quite clean. So it's something which we can work on. This is a barrel of the rigid scope. And multimodality tools out here again. This is hot therapy using endoscopic electrocautery, which is initially used to cauterize the base, get the tumor out, and then using a bunch of tools such as forceps, cryotherapy, snares, and so on. I'll save in the interest of time, I'll not go through all those. And this is also what's called organ photocoagulation. So a bunch of tools over there available to us at this point. Not only that, we combine it with EBUS. This is EBUS at the same time showing that we have managed to take most of the tumor out. And if there's anything seen over there in terms of infiltration, it can be addressed with these hot therapies also, as we mentioned. So this is extremely gratifying as being a immediate relief thing for the patient, improving the functional status. And in the end of the day, they get extubated and they can go fast, home fast also with a shorter stay. And not to mention economics, which is so important as part of the Indian spectrum. And you can see this lovely outcome in the end and this large tumor. So many of these cases exist. One pleural case I'll show you, a typical case of a 67-year-old with a pleural effusion, which is again a big problem. And here you can see that the pleuroscope, the tiny scope I told you, is put over here. We can see tons of lesions. So it's easy to get enough sample for any possible diagnostic and therapeutic and testing paradigms. And at the same time, this is malignant. So you're going to get your therapy done by way of pleurodesis. So at the same time, as a biopsy is taken, enough material is taken, talc pleurodesis, and talc has been well validated as a very effective tool is done so as to try and one shot take care of the problem, get a diagnosis, and in the next 3 to 5 days get this patient much better for multimodality therapy as part of their care. So to summarize the whole talk in the time we had, the talk was on prevention, preemption, and progression. And Vishwanath got me thinking, because how do I put the current paradigms? And I realized that what have we done in the last decade and a half with all this enhanced diagnosis and therapeutics? We've left shifted diagnosis, an aggressive approach to comprehensive tissue acquisition using all of these ingredients and cutting edge diagnostics, walking hand in hand with colleagues in oncology and taking advantage of the developments there by trying to rise up to the occasion and provide material as required. The therapeutic part improves the functional status, slowdowns worsening, gets them back on track, and allows comprehensive care. Many tools, as we talked about, and many more, which I have not got time to discuss. And I always leave this with the message of a well-mentioned but reiterated paradigm of integrative medicine like never before, which actually helps to take care to an enhanced state, which we did not see before in the years of yore. So to conclude on an interesting and funny note, we may not have all the answers at this point, and there's a lot of work to do. But indeed, we are progressing, and you can see how, though in its in childhood, the field has worked integrally with oncology to meet all the endpoints we discussed. I like to put this slide down as all the people who are involved, and each one of them have not only colleagues for care of the patient, but good friends who help to use these paradigms to take care ahead on all of the fronts: preventive, preemption, progression, and therapy. Thank you very much for the attention, and I'll stop sharing my screen.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that's a sample for great work what Dr. Mehta is known for. So that's anything in pulmonology, he is there for us, especially when oncology is concerned. He make it so simple. So like, especially like in those setups where we are struggling for establishing the diagnosis, we always remember Dr. Mehta for that, the great work what he does. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for that. And I hope anybody has any questions, like he's happy to answer those.
I guess then our guests have been very enlightened by Dr. Mehta's talk. Thank you, Dr. Mehta.
So before concluding, yeah, I just want to it won't be nice. So the whole scenario of preventive oncology, what Dr. Nanda is doing is a great work. As an oncologist, like we always see in that, like it's prevention is one of the things we have read it in the books and we always talk about in the conferences, but nobody has taken an initiative. I really thank Dr. Nanda for doing that. It is not only the immunity, stress, and day-to-day the things what Dr. Like Vijay Kumar talked about, the telephones. So we have to look at into the like holistic approach for preventing the cancers. It's a great work for Dr. Nanda and the whole team. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call upon Dr. Sharan Singh. He's a physiologist from Tirupati, SWIMS Tirupati. His topic is influence of circadian rhythm and sleep on cancer. The moderator for the session would be Dr. Murli Tondebavi. He's a senior anesthetist from Apollo Hospitals, Bangalore.
Good evening, everyone. I don't know why Dr. Nanda chose me, an anesthetist, to be a part of SPOC, but probably because we put patients to sleep, she gave me to moderate a session on sleep. Now, we have heard a lot about exercise, diet, and various other strategies to improve immunity. But whatever we do, without a good foundation of sleep, nothing works. And every animal on this planet sleeps. And when we sleep, we are the most vulnerable for attack. But still, evolutionarily, we have been given this sleep to get back to our normalcy. And there is something much more powerful than a simple 8 or 9 hours of nap. So to take us through this interesting topic, I will hand over the mic to the speaker, and I request the speaker to kindly take over. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I am Dr. Sharan Singh. I'm a principal from Padmavati Medical College for Women. And you can imagine my plight. So I thank Dr. Nanda for giving me this opportunity. And like what the moderator has told, I'm also not very sure what I'm doing in the midst of such a galaxy of personalities in the field of oncology. But still, because everything starts with physiology here, I'll just try to put some light on the effect of circadian rhythms and sleep on cancer. So can I have the next slide, please?
Doctor, you're already sharing it. Can you go for the slideshow?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. So I have structured my talk around these headings. I'll just give a brief introduction, the physiology of circadian rhythms and sleep. And also I'll try to shed some light on the influence of circadian rhythm and sleep on cancer, and end my talk with a bit of applied aspects. I did a lot of references, couldn't make much out of what I read, but these two articles were the ones which I felt helped me the most in preparing for this presentation. So we all know that in our body, we have an internal biological, which is the suprachiasmatic nucleus. And this nucleus is the one which keeps time and tells all the other organs about what is going on. So the word circa means around 24 hours. And this is the clock. The suprachiasmatic nucleus is the one which is maintaining some of the circadian rhythms which are going on in our body. One circadian rhythm is the sleep-wake cycle. So some cycle which is going on around 24 hours, we call it as a circadian rhythm. And we have so many examples of circadian rhythms. And one of the highlights which I would like to make here about a circadian rhythm is about melatonin. So melatonin secretion starts around 9 o'clock and it will stop around 7:30 in the morning. Now, the suprachiasmatic nucleus is a free running clock. It will just run freely. But this suprachiasmatic clock has been entrained to the day-night cycle which is going on outside in the environment. So how is this entrained to the day-night cycle which is going on outside in the environment? It is by this simple pathway. So when light falls onto the retina, the information is sent to the suprachiasmatic nucleus. And this pathway is the retinohypothalamic tract. And from the suprachiasmatic nucleus, the information ultimately goes and reaches the pineal gland. So what happens is, when it is daytime, the pineal gland will stop secreting melatonin. And when it is night, the pineal gland will secrete lots of melatonin. The melatonin secretion shoots up. So melatonin will go to all the other organs in the body and tell them it is night. And when melatonin levels drop, that tells the body organs that it is daytime. So this is how this free running suprachiasmatic nucleus, which is a biological clock, is entrained to the day and night cycle which is going on outside in the world, and how the melatonin secretion is going to tell all the other organs about what is going on outside. Now, what is the significance of this? So now it is not just a simple factor that melatonin secretion will tell it is day and night. Melatonin has got an important role to play in physiological and pathological processes, like I already told you, including the control of circadian rhythms, retinal physiology, seasonal reproduction. And what is relevant to the talk and the seminar, which this whole conference which is going on, it also plays a very important role in regulating cancer development and growth. Believe me, this was something unique which I read through this whole preparation for this talk. And again, I'm very thankful to Dr. Nanda for giving me this opportunity. Okay, so moving on. Not only that, it also has a role in regulating the immune responses of the body. And we all know that immune responses are also very important in tumor cancer surveillance, especially the cytotoxic T cells. And also it has antioxidation, free radical scavenging, regulates mitochondrial respiration, and so on, other parts are there. Now, regarding the role of melatonin in tumorigenesis, so if melatonin levels are at the normal level, so it will suppress the initiation phase of tumorigenesis. So the mechanism is probably, it prevents the accumulation of DNA adducts, and these DNA adducts are known to cause neoplastic transformation. Now, how is melatonin doing this function of suppressing tumorigenesis? So basically, like I already told you, it acts as a free radical scavenger, and it also helps in detoxification of carcinogenesis via a biochemical pathway, that is the glutathione related antioxidant pathway. So now, coming to the role of melatonin and its action on immune system. So it is known to produce a wide variety of cytokines, and these cytokines in turn influence the activity of circulating T lymphocytes. And melatonin is important for the function, synthesis, and release of immunocompetent cells. So we all know that endogenous melatonin interacts with the immune system, and it has both endocrine, intracrine, autocrine, and paracrine mechanism of actions. And mainly, it regulates the interleukin-2 and interleukin-2 receptor systems, and thus it has an oncostatic action on the cancer cells. So now coming to how to fit all this knowledge into perspective. So in modern 24-hour-day societies, the overall prevalence of sleep disturbance and daytime sleepiness has increased. We all know this. If you take a class for today's youngsters, you'll know how difficult it is to catch their attention. So also exposure to artificial light, especially during the night, which was seen in night shift workers and people who are habituated to watching television in the night, this has altered our lifestyle so much that people started thinking that, yes, this could be one of the reason for the increased incidences of cancer. One example is people have observed that increase in breast cancer just could not be accounted with the modern lifestyles and other things which are put forward. They just could not account for why there was sudden increase in breast cancer, and then they started thinking on these lines. So exposure to artificial light and at night in the built environment in the causation of circadian disruption. So we all know, after you understood the basic physiological pathway which I told you, so exposure to artificial light can cause circadian disruption, and it will suppress the nocturnal melatonin production, and this can cause a variety of human cancers. So how does this happen? See, basically at a molecular level, to put it in, again, I'm trying to simplify things. Whatever I have understood, I'm trying to tell here. So if you go to the molecular level, there is a crosstalk between the circadian clock machinery and the cell cycle, repair, apoptosis, senescence, autophagy, and other oncogenic and immune pathways. So circadian perturbations means disturbances in the circadian systems in the body because of decreased melatonin secretion can lead to all these problems which have underlined: uncontrolled proliferation, abnormal apoptosis, metastatic spread, immune invasion, increased angiogenesis, and resistance to the cancer drugs. So which are all the hallmarks of cancer. So also they have observed in so many studies that multiple loss and gain of function studies with cellular and animal models have shown the involvement of clock genes in cancer predisposition and development. So some of the cancer genes and their products are this BMAL1 and other clock genes. So they have been, if they're inactivated in the animal studies, they have shown to cause an increased incidence of all the cancers which are listed out here: hematological cancers, colorectal cancers, pancreatic cancers, cancers of the tongue, breast, lung, hepatocellular, nasopharyngeal, glioblastoma, and so on. The list goes on. Maybe many more will crop up. So also, on the other hand, overexpression of circadian activators will suppress, they have seen that it suppresses in animal models the malignant phenotypes by various mechanisms which you all can refer. One is that p53 dependent apoptosis. So also then they did other studies where down regulation of these products of those BMAL1 and clock genes, PER1, PER2, CRY1, all these are products of those genes. And they have shown to promote or suppress tumor incidence and proliferation respectively. Now, there is a bit of controversy which is emerging when I went through all this. Adequate sleep is known to cause suppression of cancer, but they have also found that excess sleep can lead to other types of cancers. So the jury is still out on this, but we can safely say that good sleep of 8 hours duration is very much essential, and it plays a very important role in prevention of cancer. So other mechanisms I've just mentioned there. So some studies have shown that the core clock genes exert tumor protective functions, but here there is a catch. The catch is it all depends on the cancer cell status or the type of the cancer. So if this gene, BMAL1 gene, which is regulated by melatonin, if it was silenced, they observed increase in apoptosis with mitotic and morphological abnormalities in this cancer. And knockdown of that has found to induce cell cycle arrest and apoptosis in other types of cancers. So like I already told you, the jury is still out on this, but you can safely say that around 8 hours of sleep is a very important preventive measure for cancers. And the suprachiasmatic nuclei, I already told you, it is entering into the day-night cycle by the retinohypothalamic thing which I mentioned. And it also causes rhythmic release of neurotransmitters and neuropeptides, and in the peripheral organ clocks via systemic hormonal secretion and neural innervations. For example, in the morning, you see a sudden spike of hormone glucocorticoid release, the stress hormone. So that is also being monitored, and that may also be relevant in modulating the cancer triggering processes, which are already mentioned. Non-photic external cues like the temperature changes, food intake, exercise, and pathogens, they can reset the circadian rhythms. For example, when we eat food, automatically the liver knows what time of the day it is. It is one way of indicating to the liver. Then a recent study has also shown that overexpression of this BMAL1 gene promotes breast cancer and metastasis by upregulation of expression of this matrix metalloproteinases. And the list goes on. So we have different types of cellular and molecular mechanisms because of this. So finally, to say, altogether, these results suggest divergent roles of circadian clock genes in pathogenesis depending on the type and or state of the tumor cell. So consistent with these results, they have analyzed 32 human cancer cells. They're trying to correlate those studies which were done in the animal models to human cancers, and they have found that many of these clock genes were downregulated in so many cancers. So what is the applied aspect for all what I have told you? So there is something called as chronotherapy. So you can not only give the appropriate dosage of the drug, the timing at which the drug is given is also important. So using the knowledge of the circadian rhythms, we can do some interventions for cancer. One is by training the internal clock. So we can do interventions to enhance or maintain a robust circadian rhythm in feeding, fasting, sleep, wake, or light dark cycles. Or we can drug the clock using some small molecules that directly target a circadian clock, or we can you can use clocking drugs which optimize the timing of drugs to increase the efficacy and reduce the adverse effects of some of the cancer drugs which are being used. So they have found that giving cancer treatment in the particular site at a particular time is more efficient treatment of cancers. So finally, I'd like to say that circadian rhythms have to be maintained. Ultimately, it all depends on the circulating melatonin levels, and good sleep ensures adequate melatonin levels. Oversleep also is found to promote the incidence of cancer cells. And thank you all, sleep healthy. I thank you all for listening to me patiently.
Thank you, sir. It was a wonderful talk. Just have a question. If any questions from the audience we would like to take, because we still got a couple of minutes left.
Couple of seconds.
Well, sir, 1 minute now.
I have.
I just have one question from from my side. Now we have seen a lot of disruption in sleep, especially in the last 15 years after smartphone came, and now in the last 5 years or so, especially with the television coming into our hands. Now people are probably sleeping. I get a lot of patients. I do chronic pain, so I get a lot of patients who sleep quite late. They tell me that they sleep at 12, 1 o'clock. Now, is there anything when you went through the research, which looked at any new research coming out due to this change of habits?
Yes, sir. There are a lot of research going on and a lot of studies which have been published, which show that disruption of the sleep-wake cycle, unhealthy sleep habits. It's not only how much you sleep, it is when you go to sleep, when you are awake, so that you try to maintain the internal clock circadian rhythms which are going on, like the release of the stress hormones and all that. All that should match your sleep-wake cycle. If things are not matching, definitely it is going to cause the increased incidence of cancers. There are many studies supporting this.
And just a last question, because we have audience who are non-doctors and non-medical people. The role of melatonin, because melatonin is an over-the-counter drug, especially in the Western world and also in India. Role of melatonin, because we definitely are secreting less melatonin with the increased exposure to blue light. So role of melatonin in probably regularizing sleep and probably in the long term decreasing cancer occurrence.
So if you look at the theory, sir, definitely melatonin medications should play a role in preventing cancer, but this requires more large-scale studies to support this. Definitely, looking at the theory, what I have presented, you can say take melatonin, it should help you to prevent getting cancer, but the jury is still out. We don't know whether it is the internal melatonin secretion which is more important, than what you take exogenously. And one thing I don't know whether I missed it out, the immune cells can secrete melatonin. T lymphocytes, when they are going into the tumor cells, they secrete local melatonin there. That has a very important, that plays a very important anti-cancer effect. So by giving melatonin by other means, we don't know whether this effect will be seen.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sharon. Thank you, Dr. Murli.
So we'll move on to our next session. The topic of the next session is breast cancer prevention and precancerous conditions in the breast. The speaker for the topic is Dr. Shramila Aital. She's a medical oncologist, hematologist practicing in Philadelphia, USA.
And then the moderator for the session is Dr. Geeta Manjunath. She's a PhD from University of Science, and she's got a keen eye for the thermal scanner, or do we say that she's got a thermal scanner in her eye? So from Niramai, she's the founder of Niramai. So
over to you.
Over to you, Dr. Shramila.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Focus
good evening, everyone.
is on wellness in women's health. We have seen amazing.
So good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here among all clinicians and experts in oncology. Thanks to Dr. Nanda and the SPOC committee for organizing this. It's an excellent event of multiple clinicians and non-clinicians. I'm here not woman out. I'm actually a computer scientist, PhD from IISc, and trying to use how computers can be used for early detection of cancer, right? So that's sort of how it came up. And it was interesting to hear the last talk about circadian rhythm, and it may be a good connection to breast cancer. There are devices which is trying to use circadian rhythm and the tissue's responses to circadian rhythm to do early detection of breast cancer. And so we will think about it. And so I'm very glad to welcome Dr. Aital for prevention of breast cancer and what are the techniques available. And we all know that breast cancer is the top killer in women cancers, and 154 countries have breast cancer as the top cancer that is taking away lives. Last year, 680,000 women died of breast cancer, and many of them can be saved and could have been saved if we could have detected early. And so Dr. Aital ma'am is going to talk about how to detect precancerous conditions and prevent cancer. I'm also very curious to hear what she says.
In Philadelphia, United States. Thank you for inviting me to talk about this very important topic. And the main focus is on wellness in women's health. We have seen amazing progress in the past few years in treating women with breast cancers and closing the gap between treatment and cure. How about we work harder in prevention and early detection of breast cancer? In the next few minutes, we shall talk about a few facts and measures to take for prevention. So breast cancer awareness is a key component of early detection efforts. So a little bit about statistics. I don't have to mention this to you. Nevertheless, 60% of breast cancers are diagnosed at advanced stage in India. 1 in 3,000 women are either pregnant or nursing and have breast cancer. So the statistics are really alarming. It affects both the young and old. And COVID-19 pandemic resulted in unprecedented challenges to the care of breast cancer. So as anticipated, delays occurred both in detection and treatment for breast cancer, leading to decline in detection in all age groups. So breast cancer mortality is expected to rise in the next decade or so. In the United States, it's anticipated that there will be an increase in 1% in death, or 10,000 deaths in the next 10 years from breast cancer alone. A little bit about statistics in the United States. Roughly about 280,000 new cases of breast cancer are diagnosed each year, and about 43,000 or so will succumb to their disease. And so the chances of dying from breast cancer is about 1 in 33 patients. And Breast cancer rates, although are declining, it is really important to detect them in its early stage. As you could see, the survival rates are much higher when diagnosed early. 1 in 8 women have a lifetime, in their lifetime, will have a concern for diagnosis with breast cancer. So 12% of women who are screened for breast cancer will have abnormal mammogram, but only 5% will have it. Now, if you were to look at more statistics in United States, in women, roughly 30% or so make up for breast cancer itself. And between breast, lung, and colon, it's about 50% of all cancers in women. Those are staggering numbers of new cancer cases on the horizon. Now, early detection is the best protection. So regular mammograms have shown to save lives and is so far the best tool for finding breast cancer in its early stage. So more than 90% of those who are diagnosed in early stage remain free from their breast cancer all throughout their lives. Mammogram, another thing, important message to spread is it is a low dose X-ray. It has no risk of triggering cancer in healthy cells, and it can find cancer that is way too small for a woman to feel or even her doctor to notice. There are many guidelines that tells us about what's the ideal age to begin with screening mammograms, but so far it's recommended that beginning age 45, every woman should get mammogram once a year and should continue on as long as they remain healthy without major risk factors and have at least 10 years or so lifespan remaining. Between 40 to 45, one should have an option to choose to do mammogram, and this is for women with average risk. Of course, there are also women who are at high risk for breast cancer based on many factors, and they should be screened with not just mammogram, consider getting MRI of the breast every year, and typically starting much sooner. And we will talk about what those risk factors are. So if we were to do mammogram, what is the benefit from it? If 1,000 women were to get screening mammogram each year, 100 of those will be asked to come in for additional testing because of having found something abnormal in their initial screening mammogram. So 61 out of those 1,000 will do get the additional imaging, whether it's an ultrasound or diagnostic mammogram. 20 of those 1,000 women will have something seen that does not concern and will be asked to return for follow-up either 6 months or a year later. However, 19 of those 1,000 women will be asked to go through a biopsy, and 5 of those will be diagnosed with breast cancer. So mammograms certainly do change lives and is an important screening tool. Another thing to note is that mammogram finds cancer much earlier, even before a woman can begin to feel something in the breast, and much smaller size or abnormal calcifications is what mammogram detects. This is how it would look like on a mammogram, very tiny calcifications in this much, much magnified view. And they are so small, measuring about 100 to 300 microns in size. Very, very tiny that the mammogram picks up these calcifications that can be diagnosed earlier. Now, there is also a difference between early detection and screening. So early detection refers to when a woman presents with some signs or symptoms, or either her primary care physician detects something that's abnormal, and by doing so leads to diagnosis in an early stage, and that improves their health, their quality of life, it lowers their cost of care, and the care is less complex when found in its early stage. Whereas screening is referring to testing at-risk population, and that is targeting large number of people. It improves survival rates of target population and has a greater impact on that population. Now, so far, mammogram is the only tool that is the standard for screening for breast cancer. Of course, they're much improvised machines like 3-dimensional or 2-dimensional or digital mammogram machines. But there are also some newer kind of breast imaging on the horizon, which are still experimental at this time. And here are some of them. So there is something called molecular breast imaging or breast-specific gamma imaging. So that's a type of nuclear imaging. So what it does here is a radioactive chemical is injected into the blood, and a special camera is used to see the breast. So this is for follow-up when initial mammogram is abnormal or a woman has dense or thick breast tissue. So there's another test called positron emission mammography, which is very similar to PET or PET scan. And this is a form of sugar that's attached to the radioactive chemical, and it's injected into the blood to detect cancer cells. So it cannot be used for screening because the whole breast is now getting exposed to radiation, but it's used in special cases where you find something abnormal on initial mammogram. The one that is catching up pretty soon is what's called contrast enhanced mammography. And here a contrast dye like iodine is injected before 2 sets of mammogram are taken. So if initial mammogram is abnormal, this is where this test can be used. In fact, they're comparing this to MRI of the breast, and this test appears to be a lot cheaper. So then there are other tests like elastography, which is done as part of ultrasound. It is based on the idea that breast cancer tends to be much thick and firm and stiff tissue. So when it's compressed, it can show a difference between normal and breast cancer. And lastly, electrical impedance imaging, and that's scanning the breast for some kind of electrical conductivity. And it's based on the idea that breast cancer cells conduct electricity different from normal cells. And here there is no use of radiation. Now, what are some of the risk factors to cause breast cancer? So there are factors that we cannot change, and there are factors that can be modified. So the number one risk factor that's not changeable is being a woman, and of course, getting older. There are also factors like BRCA gene or hereditary genes. These are inherited genes passed on from ancestors. And if one carries it, their chances of getting breast cancer is many-fold higher. So what is BRCA gene? So in normal cells, BRCA genes, they help make proteins that will repair damaged DNA. If BRCA gene is mutated or abnormal, then they cannot repair the damaged DNA, and that leads to abnormal cell growth and cause cancer. So things like having a family history of breast cancer, or things like having BRCA gene are things that we cannot modify. Whereas avoiding having childbirth at a later stage, or taking hormone replacement treatment, or alcohol use, those are modifiable risk factors. I don't have any family history. I don't think I'm going to get breast cancer, but that's not the case.
Can we continue?
The chances of hereditary genes.
I think we have Dr. Shravani also on the call.
A very small number of women, 5 to 10% of women who get breast cancer will have hereditary genes. Of course, familial risk, if there is a mother or sister.
So you can continue the AB?
Chances of one getting breast cancer remains high. But majority of the time, women get breast cancer because spontaneously the genes that they have in their body goes through mutation for unclear reason, and that's what.
Is Dr. Shravani on the call?
If one
on the Zoom?
BRCA or hereditary gene.
I thought I saw
Yes,
her.
I am. I am on the call. Did you want me to speak up?
Yeah, maybe, ma'am, if they're just trying to get the video, can you? If you want to make any comments, yeah. If you want to make any comments, ma'am, while this is coming up, any further comments?
Well, I can continue talking as it is trying to do so. Well, as I was mentioning here, the hereditary genes just account for a very small percentage of women that carry them and cause breast cancer. But if one has those genes, their chances of getting breast cancer can be many-fold, as up to 80% or so. And it is not just breast cancer. They carry the risk of ovarian cancer. And now we know about pancreatic cancer.
But there are some.
Yes. Are you able to hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? I'm not sure if you want me to continue talking.
Yes, doctor. Just a minute.
Okay. Do you want me to continue speaking?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay. As I was saying, the hereditary breast cancers only account for a very, very small number of women who get breast cancer, but there's also the familial risk of one that may get breast cancer as well. So one should be aware that these risks only happen in a very small number, but majority of the time it's the spontaneous mutations that occurs that causes breast cancer. Another thing is if somebody gets or finds an abnormal mammogram and is asked to do a biopsy, these are some of the things that one may see, which may or may not be considered a risk for breast cancer. So sometimes you find cysts in the breast on either ultrasound or clinical exam or on a biopsy, or things like fatty tumors or something called mild hyperplasia. So these are not a risk for breast cancer, and they by no means would cause any chances of breast cancer. On the other hand, there are findings which is referred to as ductal hyperplasia or
Doctor, sorry, there is a small technical correction going on. Yeah, if you could just wait for a minute.
Okay, sure.
it, where they emphasize the same, that we are what we eat, including the healthy us, including the diseased us. And if we talk about the various risk factors which are common to cardiovascular diseases and even breast cancers, like age, family history, alcohol intake, hormone replacement therapy, diet again is a risk factor which is common to both. So what has, weight or food or nutrition got to do with cancers? Well, it has been seen that it may hamper the cell cycle, it may change the cellular metabolism, DNA repair, it may lead to a different kind of proliferation or unstoppable proliferation of cells. Hormone regulation may go, off track. The differentiation of cells may again, lead to more of cancer growth, and has an impact on inflammation and immunity as well. And that brings me to two common terms today, nutrigenetics and nutrigenomics. So what is the difference? They sound so similar. So nutrigenetics is the way our genes affect that whatever we eat, how the body responds to this. And nutrigenomics, on the other hand, is that, whatever we eat, how is it going to affect our genes in the long run? And further details on the same, that nutrigenomics focuses on the understanding of the genetic variations, the interaction between our genes, diet, and diseases. Nutrients are shown to affect gene expression and may induce changes in DNA as well as protein molecule, further which they are coding. The approaches provide an opportunity to study how gene expression is regulated by nutrients and how nutrition affects gene variations and epigenetic events. Importantly, how can we pick up the target molecules which are important for preventing and reducing the symptoms of cancer, right? So I'll just skip further details on this, but move on to the example from the Sudanese population, where it was seen that there was an increased prevalence of hepatocellular carcinoma in Sudanese population. And it was boiled down to the consumption of peanut butter with the contaminated aflatoxin in Sudanese population with the glutathione S transferase M1 nel genotype compared to those which were lacking this. So this is how, if we go for specific studies in nutrigenomics, we can identify the nutritional risk factor causing cancers. And here again, it would be, an honor to talk about the famous Human Genome Project, which was started in 1990 in US with the help of the US government and NIH. And then further, there were more than 20 countries, governments, and famous institutes and medical bodies which pitched in, collaborating the data so that we can understand the human genome. And with that, with this recently available knowledge with us, when we understand the genomic sequencing and with the cataloging of human genetic variations, the investigators in the field of even nutrigenetics can identify specific polymorphisms which are linked to altered risk of disease or sensitivity to diet. So there are various benefits which are attributed to the Human Genome Project. As doctors, as scientists, as investigators, it would lead to improved diagnosis of diseases. It would lead to earlier detection of predispositions to various diseases, including cancers, rational drug design, gene therapy and control system for drugs, pharmacogenomics and nutrigenomics drugs, and organ replacement as well. So when we talk about the completion of this project, it was way back in 2003. By 2015, we had completed more than 1,000 genomes, which were completed in humans. And, last year we said that, now it has been officially marked as a complete project. Again, a moment of great pride because, not just worldwide, but even in India, such a project has been started. Last year, it is called as Genome India Project, or GIP, and not far away. It's actually in the Indian Institute of Science in Bangalore, which has undertaken, because we need to emphasize on the genetic variation, the predisposition to diseases in the Indian phenotype and genotype. So that is how, when there is nutritional factors, nutritional risk factors, along with the epigenetic inheritance factors, they can modulate our DNA. It may interfere with DNA methylation or change DNA methylation, because of which the activity of genes may change. The protein which are being coded may change. As a result, metabolism may be different from physiological, and it may finally decide whether it is going to be a healthy state of an individual or a disease state. And basis this information, we can go ahead for personalized diet for individual, making them less susceptible to diseases, including cancers. And as this busy slide shows that, depending upon what kind of diet we are having, whether it's a green diet or a healthy diet, it leads to further changes in the epigenome, the transcriptome, proteome, and further the metabolites which are created out of it. Now coming towards the last part of my presentation, what is the role of nutrition in prevention of cancer? So we clearly understand that, yes, like other environmental factors, even nutrition may lead to cancers. It may predispose to cancer. But can it prevent cancer? The answer is yes, definitely. And even in our Ayurveda, which focuses on prevention, it says, swasthya swasthya raksham aturasya vikara prasthamam, which means protect the health of the healthy and relieve the disease of the ailing. So, which means prevention is an important strategy. And here I would also like to quote Hippocrates, which some 2,400 years ago said, let food be thy medicine and medicine be thy food. So there are foods which decrease the cancer risk, and not far away from what the Indians love to eat. There is turmeric, garlic, onions, a lot of carrots, grapes, cabbage, broccoli, which are a part of the armamentarium against cancer. Also spinach, citrus fruits, tomatoes, green tea, flax seeds, and soya protein. So the foods which decrease cancer could be insoluble grain fibers in coarse grain like rice, sorghum, maize, barley, and millets, micronutrients like vitamins and trace elements, vitamin A, E, and minerals like selenium and zinc, which are also antioxidants, vitamin D and calcium against colorectal cancer, green tea and its compounds, and retinoids, which are found in yellow, red, orange fruits and vegetables like sweet potatoes, mangoes, pumpkin, peaches, carrot, etc. These may inhibit cancer's growth, especially in epithelial cells. And then cis-retinoic acid is used in the treatment of skin and cervical cancer. And beta-carotene rich foods also decrease the incidence of esophageal cancer, right? So National Institute of Science, which is based out of Hyderabad, recommends for Indians a diet of minimum 400 grams of fruits and vegetables, right? So fresh vegetables, fruits, garlic, and spices, such as turmeric. When we say spices, it's not the chili, but the healthier spices like turmeric in adequate amounts for cancer prevention. And then similarly, as we have discussed, there are certain ingredients which are related to causing cancer and in preventing cancer. And this brings me to the last slide of my presentation, which is how to prevent cancer through diet. Well, it can be done through good nutritional habits. Eat whole grain bread, cereals, poultry, fish, and soya protein. Avoid refined food products. Eat food which are low in calorie and fat. Limit high-calorie baked foods like cakes, cookies, and donuts. And avoid deep-fried foods like samosa, kachori, puri, and kachori. Thank you so much for your attention. If there are any questions, please let me know. Yes, please.
To establish the role of this selenium and zinc against cancers like prostate cancer and all, we have some indications.
So,
but are there like established reports?
There are established international reports for sure,
yes,
because selenium and zinc, as I mentioned, are also antioxidants.
Yes, yes.
And antioxidants, like any other disease, whether it is cancer or inflammation or diabetes, has a role in prevention.
Okay.
So there are, multiple studies, not just one, two, there are multiple studies where it is highlighting its role as antioxidant, and at a molecular level in cancer, it has.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah, please.
Soya is genetically modified. So I'm not sure how good would GMO foods be when you say to consume more of that in terms of the health.
Okay, valid question, but let me tell you that in India still we are not approving a lot of genetically modified foods, so it may be a cause of concern in the US or other developed nations where it is preferred, but not in India for sure as of now.
And what about adulterated food in India, which is in abundance?
Well, I think we need to work towards that direction as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, ma'am, you had a question? Yes, please.
There's a lot of, controversial feedback about ghee and sugar. What's your, some people say eat a lot of ghee, not a lot, but some people say don't touch sugar, don't touch ghee versus this. So what's your suggestion?
So again, in Hindi, there is a famous quote which says, "Ati har cheez ki buri hai," which means excess of everything is bad. So if we talk about our normal diet, do we require fat? The answer is yes. Can ghee be an option? The answer is yes, in small quantities, definitely. Although we can have healthier fats, which are coming, the omega-3 fats, which are coming from, say, almonds, and flax seeds, which are healthier option, or for non-vegetarians, from the fish oils, etc. Those are healthier fats. But even ghee in small quantities can be taken because our bodies require that for energy. In fact, our brain is like more than 80% made up of fats. And that is one of the reasons that during pregnancy, a lot of ghee and dry fruits are given to pregnant ladies because the brain of the infant is developing. Same way it goes for sugar. So sugar is a simple carbohydrate. They're complex carbohydrate and simple carbohydrate. So for people who are doing excessive physical exercise or a lot of brain work, at times they may go for this simple sugar or simple carbohydrate because it provides quick energy. But most of the time, and I would say most of the population is not into such kind of exhausting physical or mental labor. They should consume more of complex carbohydrates. Sure. Yes, please, sir.
Hello, yes.
Sir? It is a better option. Yes. It is said that not. Flaxseed itself is having fat. Why do you want to further fry it? So it can be kind of dipped in water overnight, and in the morning it can be consumed. Or you can make a powder of it and then consume the same. Yeah.
Yeah, hi, this is over here in the back. Yeah, this is Raj from Bangalore News. Okay, now some of the states in India like Punjab and Gujarat,
right,
they have the highest incidence of cancer.
True.
And also it's linked with the highest, consumption of milk and milk products. Gujarat is the home of Amul and, milk cooperatives.
Yeah.
They consume excessive amounts of butter, cheese and ghee, etc.
Right.
Now, in fact, they even have a train from Kapurthala to Gandhinagar, which is called the Cancer Express.
Right.
Now, what is your take on milk consumption and the incidence of cancer? There are some sects, for example, certain classes of people, for example, the Seventh-day Adventists in America, they shun, milk products. They are very healthy and they don't consume animal foods. So animal foods lead to inflammation, inflammation leads to cancer. And it's been well debated and maybe you can throw some more light on this.
Sure.
The other question I have is, can milk be considered as a non-vegetarian food? Much has been said and discussed about this. It contains, cholesterol and it comes from a cow or a buffalo or a goat, God knows from where. And it contains fatty material and contains, causes inflammation. So your views, please. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, again, a very, very practical question because a lot of people are asking the same. As the speakers earlier had already spoken about it, that if there has to be a choice between vegetarian and non-vegetarian or plant-based protein and animal-based protein, it always inclines towards vegetarian food or vegan diet. So again, it is not that it is going to prevent cancer 100%, but it is going to decrease the risk for cancer. So that is your question number one. Secondly, the second question was regarding, again, whether, milk can be considered vegetarian. So in India, there is a concept only of vegetarian and non-vegetarianism. But if you talk about other Western nations, they have a concept of non-vegetarian, vegetarian, and vegan. So vegan is something which excludes out anything which is of animal origin. So Indians do not talk about this concept because we think that if you're not killing the animal, if you're not harming the animal, then it is still vegetarian. But from a Western concept point of view, it is the vegan diet which they prefer. It should be only of plant origin. And that, as far as a lot of diseases, including cancer and inflammation, as you mentioned, as the molecular basis, it will be able to reduce. Yeah.
Thank you very much, ma'am. It was really very insightful, I must say. With so much of health and fitness being around, the minute nutrition comes into mind, it's always about the weight that most of us think about.
Yeah.
But thanks for taking us to the gene level of nutrition. And as I can simply summarize it, I think balanced diet and moderation is the magic word. So anything when done in moderation, I guess, will always prevent you from things like cancer and many more things.
Absolutely.
So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It was an honor to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. That's actually a very controversial topic because most of our patients ask us, what should we eat? We tell them, we'll talk to them about cancer, chemotherapy, radiotherapy, surgery. Maximum what can I eat? What should I not eat? So regarding a question regarding Desi ghee is fantastic. Regarding Kapurthala Express, I'm sorry, I'm just eating into their thing, but Kapurthala Express is because of adulterated groundwater. Out of 60 borewells which were tested according to a study, 59 were adulterated, filled with carcinogens. They have chemical factories in the vicinity and the groundwater got adulterated. It is not due to Desi ghee. Punjabis who eat Desi ghee in karandis or like big things, those guys are super strong. And the Iron Man of India comes from Punjab. Those guys are like super strong. So we'll leave that now. That's for a dinner time discussion, sir. We will talk more about Desi ghee, which is put in plenty in the food that is outside. But right now, for the next topic, we will talk about I invite Dr. Vijaya Majumdar to talk on the role of yoga in preventing cancer. She's a PhD and an associate professor in neurochemistry at the Swami Vivekananda Yoga Anusandhana Samsthana, Bangalore, India. The moderator for this would be Ms. Sharada Arun. She's the founder of Sampurna Fitness. She's an MS in computer science from UMass Lowell. Please come. Thank you.
Thank you so much for inviting me to present a talk on a very important and relevant topic, that is yoga for prevention of cancer. So I come from Swami Vivekananda Yoga Anusandhan Samsthan, shortly called as SVYASA. And we are the pioneers in yoga research. We are not boasting, but we are the ones who have established the evidence-based research in so many diseases, be it in the clinical settings of different conditions, like starting from neurodegeneration to neuronal disorders. And now we are also taking into like we have some psychiatric conditions like schizophrenia I'm working on. So I was given the topic of yoga and cancer prevention. So cancer is something which has always been one of the most important themes of diseases, like catches our attention, and especially the prevention. Though it is debatable, it was considered debatable a few years back. Now a lot of research has proven that, or it has been indicative that, yeah, there is a prevention component also. And when we talk about yoga, we have some concepts and percepts of yoga, which indicate that, yeah, like something very importantly, I would like to say, like something which comes from the preclinical studies. I'm a molecular biologist. So we talk about calorie restriction, which has been established very well in preclinical and clinical trials, and rodents especially. And in yoga, we talk about mitahar, which is diet in moderation. So there are so many parallel concepts which indicate that, yeah, we have some concepts from ancient wisdom which need to be integrated. Yes. So this one, sorry, first one. No, first, yeah. So I'm just, we have been working from so many years, and this is just a report, like, yeah, this is skipping, I think. So the previous graph was showing that what was the trend in as far as her research. We were working on cancer and palliative care of cancer. So we had been collaborated with the Andy Anderson Center in Texas also, and we have done a lot of work towards the palliative care of cancer, especially breast cancer. The majority of the trials which were focused on breast cancer, and there were so many symptoms that we focused on were mood, fatigue, the symptomatic relief, and especially the stress component, the cortisol, diurnal variations, like the rhythms that the doctors were talking about recently. So all those things we have looked into, and depression, fatigue, how to make the benefit finding, the concept of benefit finding, how the patients find yoga as beneficial and how it has helped them to reduce the stress. So this is all about palliative care. So now, being a molecular biologist, so why does the previous slide? The previous slide. Yes. No, yeah, this one. So being a molecular biologist, I would like to talk about the molecular perspectives. Like when we talk about cancer prevention, it is not like we know the cancer cells are unstoppable. Some genetic programming, the metabolic reprogramming, the programming changes, the reversal of the carcinogenic processes. They stop being responsive to the carcinogenic, the growth arrest signals. They keep dividing. So there are some pathways like insulin sensitive, the insulin related pathways, like insulin sensitivity is something which has caught a lot of attention, and yoga has been found with a background of diabetes to work on these pathways. And there is something like inflammation has been also found as one of the denominators. Is a common denominator is most the yoga based studies, especially meditation based studies. So these things, and oxidative stress. Yeah, and oxidative stress. When we talk about yoga, we know it is coupled to not at the psychological level of stress, at the level of molecules. We see a lot of changes which it triggers, which are very, very important from the viewpoint of combating the stress. Like we have something called as glutathione. So in my recent study, even I have found that there's a sharp increase in the level of antioxidants like glutathione in the levels. So these are the ones which indicate that yoga would enhance or would help in having a healthy course of lifespan, where though we are exposed to carcinogens, what's about cancer prevention? Like we can one way is to that we can prevent the exposure to carcinogens, or even if the carcinogen exposure is there, we can reduce the burden that the cell is undergoing at the molecular level. So these systems, the anti-inflammatory, antioxidant systems, and the immune surveillance, there is an enhanced like count in very, very important cell type, the natural killer cell types. They're the pivotal cells which come into picture and they take care of the cancer cells. They're the first line of defense. So there's an increase in immune cells also. So though all these things set up the platform upon which the yoga can really help in prevention of the cancer. These are molecular perspectives. So we know lifestyle modification. So yeah, so I don't know the slide is very much clear or not. When we talk about the prevention, there are three phases: primary, secondary, and tertiary. So when a cell has got exposed, it has got exposed to carcinogens. Here, the milieu of the cell, which will have all these immune system is compromised, and we have less of T cells, T helper cells, NK cells. And there yoga can come into picture and can enhance the number of these cells in surveillance, and it can increase. And we have some very important studies. Like there are some indications that yoga, which is also considered as a moderate exercise, it increases the number of, it increases the level of IFN gamma. IFN gamma is nothing but something like it's a resolution factor for inflammation. So when the chronic inflammation is set in, as in the case of obesity or any other chronic inflammatory stage, like there's so many, like we are exposed to carcinogens. So if we have a background of chronic inflammation, there this IFN gamma will help to resolve the inflammation. It will not help it prolong further. So these are the molecular aspects which are very, very important, and where yoga has found to help regulate these very, very important molecules. So We have our own study. I would like to give an example. Like we have something called as, we know apoptosis. There are so many talks where apoptosis was being talked about. So we have seen that in long-term practitioners of yoga, the apoptosis is very important for cancer to grow, to arrest the cancer cells. But at the same time, we see as compared to breast cancer patients in yoga, the qualitative DNA, the DNA that it is not damaged, that index is also high, and apoptosis rate is also high. So our body has not got so much of cumulative damage who have been practicing yoga for a long time. So it indicates it reaches towards the equilibrium. We can see here, compared to those which are breast cancer patients and yoga practitioners and normal volunteers, we see yoga brings an equilibrium. Neither the damage is so much, and the human cell, cells are not into the mode of so much of housekeeping. So apoptosis rates are also into moderate levels. So this is something to bring about a balance in the body, which is very much important aspect of prevention of something like cancer. Then, I'm so sorry. This is again gone back. 1 second. Can we bring it back? 1 second. Can you bring out the slides? Now what? This one? It's very this thing, it keeps going. I don't know. You only do. It's not going to slide more. You only take further back. One more. Yes, that's it. Next slide. Next slide. Yes, it's not moving. Yes, so we have some very important results, as we can see here. Some primary prevention, we have a study by Dr. Raghavendra Rao, which states that in the early breast cancer patients, they found that natural killer cell count was enhanced. The surveillance was increased in cancer patients within the early stages. So this is a very good indicator of a primary prevention. And there, one more study was, like, we know about the Art of Living Sudarshan Kriya program. So there also we have seen that this Sudarshan Kriya and Pranayam, they not only help in the raising the levels of the counts of the natural killer cells in those cancer patients, but at the same time, the tobacco restriction, like tobacco cessation, I could not say, but their intake or their habits of tobacco were quite found to be reduced in by 21%, who were followed up to 6 months of practice. So there's a need of our, like, we have provided some evidence, like evidence-based research for primary prevention. And I think longitudinal prospective studies with at least 10 to 20 years of follow-up, proper rigorous clinical trials are very much needed to set up, like we have to start from people. Now the genome project has already been done. I'm a molecular biologist. The genome sequence is available. We can identify the patients who are at risk. We can identify the at-risk population, and like through exome sequencing and genome sequencing, though it is very expensive, but then those identified cases can be like put into a rigorous, like over a period of time, they can be put into surveillance, like those who are at risk of breast cancer. Like we have some genes like FOXA2 and all those mutations, which not only add up to the cancer risk, we can screen them, and we can like longitudinal prospective trials will give the answer, like yes, yoga can result in a prevention. So further, so this is the indicative model of yoga. I will just take a few more minutes. This is, we start with the concepts, the percepts, and the lectures of philosophical percepts of yoga to bring about the self-regulation, self-control, to behavioral changes. Then we start giving the preparatory practices, loosening exercises. There are some contradictory exercises like Kapalbhati, which are very much like high frequency breathing techniques, which are avoided, especially for cancer patients, but not for healthy volunteers. Then followed by meditation. Here, I would like to talk about the cyclic genetic mutation, which is a product of SVASA, where like we have, there are rounds of calming and activation rounds. Like we tell the subjects to go for some postures to activate the system, followed by relaxation. So this has helped actually a lot as compared to just a supine rest. So these are the modules which have been proven, and we have found some interesting results. I don't know, so it is one shut up. So like this, I would like to end up like, yeah, cancer could be prevented. I think like if these modules can be followed for healthy volunteers, we see immune surveillance increase, we see the antioxidant system getting improved, which is very much important. We see the anti-inflammation, stress reduction, first of all, be it adolescents or be it the younger population or any at-risk population. If these changes can be brought down, it is a clear-cut indication that if it follows for a longer time, at least 5 to 6 years of practice, regular practice, it can find a good cure against prevention. This is, I would like to wind up with this. Yes. Thank you.
Thanks. Hello.
Yes.
Thanks, Dr. Vijaya. It's amazing how you have gone deeper into your subject, molecular biology.
Yes, ma'am.
And connected it with yoga. It's
Yes.
amazing and opener for me.
Yes,
and
yes.
I do teach yoga. If you have like few minutes, anyway, everybody has, overstayed, I think. So
Yes.
let me just, so I believe in the 8 limbs of yoga. When you live in harmony with yourself, live in harmony with the society,
Yes.
if you are able to control your breath and manage your breath and do the asanas and of course, dharana, where you turn all your senses inwards.
Yes.
And dhyana, meditation. And finally, how you get in touch with that superpower or that super consciousness. So when everything falls in place, there is no space for disease. That's what I believe.
Yes, that graph was there, shows how you can achieve that health equilibrium.
Correct,
To long term, but it has to be regular. It has to be
Yes,
regular.
yes.
And to
Regular practice of all the 8 limbs
all
of
the limbs,
yoga,
yes,
not
exactly.
just the asanas,
Yes.
because whenever we say yoga, we associated it with the physical asanas. But if you are not a good person, like, if you are not in harmony with yourself, not in harmony with the society, and if you are leading a really, negative lifestyle, and you're just practicing asanas, you always have that negativity inside you. So you'll have to practice all of those. And even if you're not a great asana practicer, but if you have all the other things in place, that is called a good yogi also. And one more thing is that, just to add here, the five dimensions of our existence, because when when all the doctors are talking, it's mostly about the physical body. And the thing is that when we are formed in the mother's womb, there are 5 dimensions that exist. One is the physical body, second one is the energy body, third one is the mind, fourth is the intellect, and finally the blissful state.
Yes.
So we have to focus on all these 5 things and get them in harmony, and that should keep us healthy. And of course, the length of the life is again predetermined, and we have to live a good quality life as long as we live. That's what it is. And thank you so much. And thanks, Dr. Nanda. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to come and listen to everybody and have a small word with the audience. Thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes.
Because it is again a foreign scientist wins a Nobel Prize for her work on telomerase, which has an effect on diabetes and prevents cancer.
Yes,
I think our people who belong to our country, you all should do more such and bring an awareness to all of us.
Definitely. Ma'am, we are working on it. And
I wish we get a Nobel Prize from one of the two.
And meditation is something that everyone has to practice. Even 5 minutes is good. And to start with. So that is something that we don't have to wait till we get old to practice it. Everyone should practice from childhood till whenever we live.
Yes.
Start from 5 minutes and you will slowly develop that practice of sitting and focusing.
I will really request you all to spread this awareness among all the, maybe voluntarily we have to go and talk to people and get them involved.
Definitely.
My personal thing, because not many are there like me who are voluntarily come and participate in these things. So I request that. And please, can you just brief a little more on
My interest is
telomerase?
I am a molecular biologist, but I got so much, like when I entered into SVASA campus, I just felt it is need of the hour that I should work on this.
Absolutely.
And the telomerase, as you have pointed out, our lab is working. We have very important samples from Antarctica, where some research has happened where those people who go for expeditions, we had given them yoga intervention for 1.5 months, and we have the samples. Very soon you'll get the results out in the form of publications. So we'll look towards it. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wish you success.
Thank you so much. Okay. Thank
you very much.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Vijaya and Dr. Ms. Sharada for a wonderful session. Now we come to the end of our session. This is the last session which we are going to have. I would like to invite Dr. Vishal Rao as a speaker. He's going to speak on preventing oral cancers and precancerous conditions. Dr. Vishal Rao is Chief of Head and Neck Surgical Oncology and Robotic Surgery at HCG Cancer Care Center. Dr. Rao takes keen interest in cancer prevention and anti-tobacco programs. His area of expertise is head and neck surgery, and also which includes surgery for benign and malignant tumors of thyroid and parotid and major salivary glands. For moderating this session, I would like to invite Dr. Sampath Chandra Prasad Rao. He is consultant head and neck surgeon and skull-based surgeon at Manipal Hospital and is also associated with Columbia and Apollo Spectra hospitals. Over to you, Dr. Vishal Rao and Dr. Sampath.
Vishal, before you speak, just let me say a few words. So it's a wonderful opportunity for all of us to come together on a platform that was laid down by Dr. Nanda Rajneesh and the entire team that has put up such a wonderful show. Vishal and I go a long way back together, and words are not enough to describe this magnificent personality. He is many things put into one. Vishal is a phenomenal surgeon. I know him since my very young days. And apart from being a thorough professional surgeon, he's also an entrepreneur, an intellect, and what was introduced of him is very little of what he truly is. So he's many, many things in one. So it's a privilege and honor for me to introduce you, Vishal, and to moderate this session. We look forward to some enthralling thoughts and ideas from you on your presentation. As usual, I've listened to so many of your presentations before, and this one I'm sure will be better than all of them.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the kind words, Sampath. I'm scared this is going to be the boring one. Huh? No, but so Nanda had asked me to speak on preventing precancers and cancers of the oral cavity, and I'm tried to put this together in as many, making as much sense as possible. So I'm representing HCG. And, we were running this initiative on preventive programs, and I thought this was more apt for head and neck cancers. If you look at it today, we have about 30% of our country's cancers in head and neck. So we'll see about 10 lakh cases each year, and of which about 1/3 of them are head and neck cancers. Pardon me for all these graphic mistakes. You see, I have a Mac system and I got it converted into PPT. So now today, if you look at oral cancers in India, we have about almost 2 lakh of these new cases each year, and nearly 80,000 of these are oral cancers of head and neck. 2/3 of them involving the GP complex and the rest in the tongue. You look at the mortality, nothing much has changed. The 5-year survival remains to be at 20 to 50%, 140,000 deaths globally, and about 50,000 in India annually. And majority of them present in the late presentation. Now, these are old slides, and over the last 5 decades, my bosses have also presented the same slide. And we presented the same thing with no change, absolutely no change in survival, absolutely no change in any difference. And the problem remains the same. We have tobacco, alcohol, dietary factors, oral hygiene, and recently HPV, which have also been known as contributory factors. Now, all of us know that these are key important factors. There's nothing much to kind of elaborate about these. And if you look at the staging systems, as I told earlier, majority of our cancers are falling in this group, not in the first two groups. Question is, what could we do? Now, most places we have known that if you look at single modality treatment, it is for early stages, and multimodality is for late stages. And we are all stuck with combined modality, which increases cost, increases length of stay, increases the overall morbidity, decreases the survival. Now, the question, I think, in prevention of oncology has been that we've all tried to shift from this to this, trying to see what can we do, and that's the only answer that we have found that improves survival. Nothing other than this that improves survival. So if you look at the dimensions of prevention, we have primary, secondary, tertiary. Primary talking about policy, tobacco control, prevention. Secondary talking about early detection, and tertiary talking about patient support group to look at surveillance, to look at better support systems. And these three complete the entire compass of it. Over the last 12 years, I've been a part of primary prevention, working with the WHO as one of the technical directors for non-communicable diseases with their non-communicable diseases program, and learned a lot about the interesting aspects of prevention policies, understanding the various dimensions to the failures of policies, and how the World Trade Organization seems to be more powerful than the World Health Organization. And the tobacco industry seems to be the controlling mode. So primary prevention is a very complex area. Today, the world's biggest superpowers are not able to. And I've been a part of Bloomberg's advisory. And Bloomberg, when he was the mayor of New York, took up this task because one of his advisors asked him on where should I put my money into if I have to change the course of one disease. They asked him tobacco. And they said, because this lobby cannot be handled. So Bloomberg single-handedly took it up to say that I'll fund world over funding on tobacco control. And it so happened that that evolved into this global program, and he's currently the United Nations ambassador. I acknowledge him as one of the world leaders who has actually taken the tobacco industry head on. Very few people could have had the capacity, the money, and the political stature to take this industry head on. Secondary prevention is where we are all focusing on in terms of early detection, and tertiary is what at hospital level we are able to do. Early detection is about understanding the science. So we go from normal epithelium, dysplasia, mild, to looking at squamous cell carcinoma. Now I know we all know it, but today the question has been, how can you pick this up at a subcellular level? Can you really look at secondary prevention by secondary prevention by trying to pick up the cancer early? So we've done some very interesting work in this area, and I'll maybe in the closing remarks talk about those. But the question has been, now this is stage 1, when squamous cell carcinoma, it can be stage 1 to stage 4. But the question has been, can you pick it up at stage 0, which is the pre-malignant condition? We just got a recent paper of ours accepted in one of the international journals, which talks about picking it up at stage -1. Now, that will be the future of technology. Here is my dear friend. So we've all been working on early detection, and one of our papers was on looking at how do we pick up cancer at stage -1. So we actually brought about the aspects of quantum physics, we have aspect of quantum tunneling, looking at how quantum tunneling may play a role, and maybe biology has fooled the world for too long. Maybe the answers lies in physics. So I'm a part of this mathematical oncology group with Indian Institute of Science, where we've been working on models, understanding how to predict cancer at stage -1. And this is going to be the future of technologies. So this is where we are trying to understand genomics, metabolomics, proteomics, and that's going to be the future of technologies where we're going to be able to pick up cancers early. I think what we will all be interested in is going to be looking at, can we make a dent here? And that's where I think diagnostics, theranostics will all be directed towards, and hospitals would also be interested into this area. we often find these kind of pre-malignant lesions with tobacco history and other things. So I'm going to just touch upon the aspects of saying that prevention, we all know, is better than cure, and there are multiple factors that are contributing to cancers today. And I'm sure all the speakers have all spoken about diet, tobacco, we've talked about environment, we've talked about radiation exposure, stress. Tobacco tops the list. I mean, there cannot be a bigger list than tobacco. Tobacco contributes more than 50% of these cancers, 6,000 chemicals, 70 carcinogens. And, alcohol and tobacco are great friends. So you see, the reason is because alcohol is a greater solvent. So it helps absorb the carcinogens better. And that's the reason you have a higher chance of getting cancer if you use tobacco. Both together, lobbies work together. Often I've seen that in all of the committees, they come together. They work very closely with each other. And it's very difficult to touch them. I think if you look at the overall impact of tobacco per se, oral cancers, India tops the list. If you look at the list of all the diseases, I think oral cancer has been, unfortunately, we've been proud in India to go and tell everybody that we do the highest number of mandibulectomies, which I think is a pathetic story because the world laughs at you. Because, this is one such preventable cancer. And what you have done is, if in a cigarette smoking, the carcinogenesis period is 20 years, you have brought it down to 6 months in chewing tobacco. So zarda, khaini, pan masala, mawa, all kind of category of things are present over here. So, I keep thinking of this, and various times I brought this in this forum. This is the kind of tumors you deal with. And is it worth it? Is it worth these young gentlemen going through the entire approach where people like this is a gentleman I had treated some time back from Kundapur, did an extensive lab, 12 hours, went, spend your time, and then after that you come to see in 6 months he has distant metastasis, expires. What is the overall benefit you have done? What is the point in having an Ayushman Bharat scheme or a Vajpayee Aragyasri scheme and telling that fellow that we are going to give you this treatment? Is the fundamental question we need to ask. And I remember we were asked to do a presentation in the assembly in Karnataka. And in this presentation, I asked our Honorable CM this question. I said, sir, May 22nd, 2010, can you guess how many people died? In Mangalore, in Kudla, how many people died? About 167 died. So the question was, I asked our CM, sir, if every morning you wake up in the newspaper and the headlines read that one plane crash happened, will you suggest that I build another hospital close by? Business opportunities, so many patients are there everywhere. Or will you say, no, we'll have to rethink into where is it the engine or is it the tarmac? I asked them, I said, this is what is happening in Karnataka every day. Giving an example, saying that nearly 200 people every day die of tobacco in Karnataka. Nearly. Which is equivalent to one plane crash. And I asked him, rethink your policies, rethink on what we're doing. And I tell them, look, our bread and butter is tobacco. You see, surgeons' bread and butter today, oncology is tobacco, 50% to 70%. I'm asking you, I said, boss, rethink on this. What is it that we can do to do this? And we gave them Karnataka statistics to our CM and to our health minister, saying 2 crore consumers, 66 lakh of them will die a premature death. This is Karnataka statistics. And the financial burden on it, 4,000 crores on health spend each year, heart diseases, cancer, lung diseases, and conservative estimate for about 3 diseases caused. So now you look at, I'm going to flip through these into the quest. But the simplest thing in prevention, which I think Shankar Narayan showed, which I thought was one of the most impressive ones, was he did a cluster randomized control trial on 2 lakh patients, 1 lakh patients on this side and another 1 lakh patients on the other side. It's called as a cluster randomized control trial, where he showed that a very simple thing. He had one group. I'm telling you all how simple clinical trials in India can be done. He showed that on one group, they made healthcare workers, not doctors, not nurses. Healthcare workers do clinical examination of a patient, asking him to open his mouth. And on the other side, they asked him to do health education. That means only talk to them about ill effects of tobacco, be careful, talk to them about white patch, red patch, but no examination. And he showed that in the group that had both of them for the entire population versus the group that did this, there was no difference in mortality. So he was wanting to know a little deeper. So in the subset that he analyzed, he took a specific subset of high-risk individuals. He showed that there was a significant difference in mortality if this group, that is the high risk group, were to be given a visual examination by a healthcare worker just by asking him to open his mouth. Think of it, how simple it is, not complicated to do one new gadget or to do a new technique, but simply ask the person to open his mouth and ask a healthcare worker to ask him to open his mouth. If you find something suspicious, and all they were trained was for 15 minutes to say, okay, if white is there and red is there, it's abnormal. And that's what they did, and they showed that they could save lakhs of lives by just simply asking them to open their mouth at very, very minimal cost. Now, this is the kind of solution the world needs. He is now heading the WHO preventive programs for the world. And such an inspiration. Sometime back I met him and I was telling him, what a simple clinical trial. I mean, can't we think of something as simple as this? 2 lakh people. Is there a shortage for people in India? No. A simple methodology. They used one pipeline that crossed 2 groups of villages and said 1 lakh people here and 1 lakh people here across one pipeline, and said this is a cluster randomized control trial. The word may sound very complex, but cluster randomized control trial was this. There were so many villages, so it was a cluster on one side of the pipeline versus the other. And they did such a phenomenal thing that changed the way the world looked at everything. Every single guidelines from Cochrane to Lancet changed because of this single trial. And that's the difference it made to us. Instead of doing a mandibulectomy, you would just simply do a local excision and you would prevent more cancers. So while you have today a lot of technologies like fluorescence, infrared, Raman spectroscopy, contact endoscopy, I'm working with a lot of these experts. It simply showed that if you open your mouth, you'll be able to do better results. That's all. And that's something we still have not implemented well, although we know the answer. So we've been a part of several media awareness campaigns with the government on this. And I believe this is going to be the new phase of the Marlboro Man if we don't intervene. We'll build more hospitals. So we have something called as Karnataka for No Tobacco, a NOT program with the WHO and various other experts coming together. Karnataka is been at the forefront of the litigations we have. I don't know if you all, but I've been an intervener in 2 cases, one in the Supreme Court and one in the High Court myself. So I've got enough of threats on the tobacco industry, interacted with them. And as an intervener in various of these cases, I used to interact with farmers, look at aspects, gone to the courts to look at how the tobacco industry, there was one of the very classic litigations. I remember the Supreme Court designated it to the Karnataka High Court on pack warnings. And there were a battery of about 20 lawyers on this side. And there were 3-4 lawyers on our side from the WHO side who were standing and fighting the case. And we used to wonder, how are we going to fight this case? But we did win it. And, it was monumental victories that we've had in Karnataka on several litigations that we've done against the tobacco industry. And, the last one I remember was the assembly going on, and the tobacco industry, one of the top men coming and telling me, why don't you just shut up and sit down? And, but the point was that despite all the power and money they had, when an oncologist stood up and spoke, people respected it. I felt it is just that we don't speak. So we made a little small difference in our own way, So I do these little small programs with Bosco Street children and several other programs where we actually take care of these children. You see, these children eat tobacco because they feel hungry. It's not about addiction. It's about killing hunger for them. So they actually do these habits because they feel that because of socialization and others. I'm just going to skip this. So these are some of the programs we've now initiated on helping people quit tobacco. And I'm going to close with this one contribution we've recently done. With University of Chicago, we jointly, actually, I showed in the first slide, from pre-malignant to malignant. And every time you have to prove cancer, you have to do a biopsy. This is the first time in the world we've shown that without a biopsy, just with your saliva, we can actually prove it's cancer to an accuracy of nearly 90%. This was a moonshot study. I remember when we started this about 4 years back with the U Chicago, that we were both not sure whether we'll be able to succeed in this. But we both said we'll take this up. Tata Trust funded us. It was a very complex task because till now genetics cannot diagnose cancer. Genetics can prognosticate, genetics can do some therapeutic direction, but never diagnose cancers in most instances. This was the first time we were able to show that with saliva, you can actually, with a set of 12 genes, diagnose cancers. And we are now working with ICMR to see whether we'll be able to make this affordable. This is right now beyond the reach of, but hopefully in the coming days, we should be able to do something logically with this. And this has now been published in one of the very high index journals. So I think I'll stop with this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vishal. Phenomenal presentation as usual. You've stimulated a lot of thoughts in all our minds, and I know your fight against tobacco, and you've been doing this for a long time, along with several of your colleagues as medical and surgical oncologists, right from your Tata days. And thanks to you, directly, indirectly, your fight against tobacco has definitely saved a lot of lives, and I think we should all appreciate that effort from the speaker. And I think if there's one message that we need to take home today, apart from diet modifications, lifestyle modifications, the one thing that we as surgeons see, where bodies get mutilated, where the face gets mutilated due to all the kind of surgeries that we do, the advanced surgeries, it's quite heroic, quite, I would say, adrenaline pumping for us as surgeons. But at the end of the day, you know that it's still a scar on the face. And there are a lot of people out there. It may not be so obvious to the public here, but we in the hospital see a lot of patients who undergo these mutilating surgeries. And of late, we also saw mucormycosis. That was one more disease that caused a lot of facial mutilation. And a lot of these are in young patients. So the one way we can avoid this situation is to rein in tobacco consumption, the tobacco industry. And I find it abominable that superstars, so-called big stars, do these surrogate ads for tobacco for the tobacco industry. I think we should grow up as a nation, make sure that the message from speakers like Vishal is taken across, and do our bit to educate people around us and make sure that we wish away tobacco out of our lives. So it's a single most important contributor to all the cancer surgeries that are happening in the hospitals. Thank you, Vishal. I can take a few questions. I'm sure there'll be somebody in the audience. Yes, sure, please.
As I completely agree, he's like a phenomenal, Bharata Ratna, I would say, literally, what Dr. Vishal has contributed.
He's on his way.
On his way, literally, hats off. And I would request Dr. Vishal to talk about this other innovation to make people speak. And I think it's like amazing. Just 2 minutes, maybe, for people who's watching on the Zoom also, it'll be excellent.
Innovation, I realized, was a difficult task in India. But when I went on to the journey, I wanted to invent the voice prosthesis, because most of the times I used to see these poor patients and I used to feel that they can't afford it. So the journey has been complex from the time, and I think you've been a part of many of these journeys. For me, the most interesting thing in a nutshell is, I think, identifying the problem and saying that, yes, I want to work on it. Inventing the voice machine, or the voice prosthesis, when everybody tells you that it can't be done, to then getting a patent granted for it, which I think was the next leap of possibility for me, because now I have 18 patents. But earlier, when I started with one, I used to think that now I have drugs, now I have expanded into vaccines, now I have gone into many large patents, which I keep doing. But it's been a very interesting journey to look at it and then understanding how to implement it. So at one point, regulatory hurdles, financial hurdles. So today, I think I've gifted that patent to Government of India. And I am now hoping that they will be able to take it forward, because the investments were so huge that I realized that I'll have to leave all this and I have to go and sit into that. So, but at least this has taught me the path to innovations, the path to understanding how to fast track it. And we have about 1,000 patients speaking with this now. And hopefully in the coming years, now Government of India has told me to take it to 188 countries. So we are moving forward slow by slow, step by step, but I'm sure we're going to reach there. The estimated time period for innovations we studied from bench to bedside is 17 years. The only hope was COVID, because COVID created a hyperloop in innovations. Vaccines was 1 year. So we have hope in the coming years to see innovations come faster to light. But I've got 6 years completed, so another 11 years to go. And I'm hoping that this time it's a long process. Thank you.
Thank you. So I leave it to the organizers. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Vishal Rao and Dr. Satish, for such a wonderful, enlightening session for all of us. This brings us to the end of today's scientific session. We can proceed for dinner now. Tomorrow, we are going to reassemble at around 10 o'clock to have a second day of our SPOC conference and our interesting sessions tomorrow again. So see you all tomorrow again. Good night and have a resting night.